What is up, gamers? Welcome, boys and girls, to EotM, beautiful, sunny Edge of the Mists for the NA 20v20 North American Zaishen GvG tournament. I think I got it all right. I'm not positive. It is a slightly overcast day here in EotM today. We have no real threat of rain. Weather looks wonderful, about 70 degrees if I had to imagine. We have 6 teams dueling it out today for your amusement, entertainment, and their own bragging rights, with the Community Warlord title up for grabs today. I need to do about 30 seconds of admin work, so I'm going to let Clay and Wowe introduce themselves. Either of you can go first. It is entirely up to you.
I'll go first. Hi, I'm Clay. I'm the guild leader of Swell and Tag. We're in the Sid Alliance.
Hi everybody, I'm Wowe. I'm leading Rude on EU and occasionally visiting NA to look at the GvGs and scrims.
I think we are still finishing up a little bit of admin work here. Yeah, definitely a little bit of admin work.
So
to enable current custom chat commands. But yeah, go for it.
DC, right?
What was that? Yeah, first match is going to be KADC. The
Meanwhile,
entire schedule is
the
posted on
admins are already
Challenge.
setting the fight on the second instance.
All right, I am now
that
ready. Admin work is done. Let's go take a look at what's going on with KADC. We'll pop into KA's perspective first here, and we'll see how it goes. We are going to be streaming from Unclean Bus's perspective. I do need to change these names quick, though. Red team is actually going to be Dark Cloud.
That's a Condi Scourge.
Blue team
Lovely
here
POV.
Going to be Team Amera KA. For those of you who are in chat, we should have the link to the brackets pinned. And then I also should have given any of you the ability to request rules post, teams, and the current bracket at any time you want. So if there's something that you want to see, you should have access to all of those custom chat commands. If there's anything that is not working, let me know. I do not have timer yet, but we will see what time we are about to get underway from these two teams as soon as we have clearance from admins that we are ready to go. So for these first rounds, who you guys got between DC, KA?
I want to root for DC because I think they're the underdog in this fight. We all know KA is made up of there's a lot of ringers in that group. A lot of them are from EU. So that does kind of put DC at a disadvantage. But I really want to root for DC because they're an open field guild. There's someone that anyone watching this game would see in the open field.
Yeah, it definitely is a bit of a rough fight. I personally have no experience at all with DC. I've never seen them fight. I don't fight on NA whatsoever. But KA, always a very, very strong guild. Open field, 15s, GvG, 20s, 25. What have these guys not done? So they really are a very, very difficult competition. But it is 20s. So what I've found in 20s is that a lot of the times, when you're fighting 20s or 25s, the skill of one individual player sometimes matters a lot less, right? You have so many people, and so every single one player doesn't have as much of an impact, and there is enough damage to kill almost whatever you want. There isn't that much point to like run really, really heavy damage reduction, because if someone wants you dead, you specifically dead, then you will die, because it's 20 people. When it comes to 15s or 10s and so on, it becomes a bit more difficult. So I would actually like to see DC pull it off here. I think they should be able to get around there too.
And it is worth noting that this is
Minimum.
not the full 20-man EU KA roster. This is an NA tournament, and the rules for participation here are that a majority of the roster that you submit must be NA region players. So I believe that KA is running with 11 EU players, the Team USA 5-man PvP team, and then a couple other roster fills and people who are interested in playing with them. But like you said, their appetite for organized high-level competitive gameplay is real high right now. They were participants in the recent 5v5 EU and NA tournament, runners-up in the recent EU tournament. I believe that Mies was playing in the NA draft earlier this year. I think that KA is played in some form in every tournament that we have held in like the last 9 months. So it'll be a question of how well they can figure out how to work together, since this is a roster that's 49% KA, 20% SPVP players, and then 35% open field NA players. But I think that they've definitely got the skill level to put something together here.
If I'm not mistaken, in the scrims leading up to this tournament, I think KA has won a vast majority of all fights.
I watched them scrim dead 2 days ago, and they fought to an even 10-10 draw in the hour that I was watching them for. So I think they've definitely been competitive in all of them, if not won them, but I think that by no means are they the clear favorite here. And if they want to win out, they are going to have to go through some very difficult teams in order to do so. Go take a peek at how things are going here on DC's side, switching over to Marbsy's POV. This is the comp that DC is going to be running. We have a Mesmer POV on this end.
Ooh, Mesmer.
Ooh, 2 hollows.
I noticed.
Go ahead.
I noticed that when it comes to 20s or in general, it seems like people have completely forgone Gravwell on Chronomancer. It's all time warps now. What do we?
It's the
What do you think about it?
resistance.
What do you think about What do you think about their comp play?
Man, it's hard to lose that resistance that time warp brings. Also, the quickness that it gives your DPS players. You know, ANET gutted Alacrity from us, so we're just finding a way to get skills off as quick as we can at this point. I know a lot of the groups are running Untamed DPS, which I believe that brings a lot of MOB, which is why they really want the resistance from the time warp. But I do love seeing the Hollow Smiths in the composite. I think it's too. Sheff stream isn't the clearest for me.
It's unfortunately the best resolution that we have available on the player side, so there are going to be a couple limitations, but it does look like double hollow, triple Reaper, double Scourge. I see a Scrapper in there in party 5, Firebrand per party, Chrono per party. And like you were saying, it's just really hard to pass up the resistance that comes with running Time Warp. You also get super speed out of Time Warp. There's a lot of stuff that you can trade into for those glamours. It gives you a lot of nice bonuses. And while Gravwell is good if you can ensure that your opponent doesn't have stability, you're going to have some pretty good stability uptime here with most squads that I've seen running Firebrand and Chrono per party. There's a lot of stability going out.
I think you're spot on with the stability thing. There's so much stability. And with some groups that are adding a support catalyst to the same subline that has a Firebrand and a Chrono, like stability is it's everywhere.
There is definitely a lot of stability, and I see that the Chrono FB pair is the same in both comps. There's at least a Chrono per party for KA, plus yet another Chrono, and then 3 Firebrands. And I see that on DC, it is exactly the same. The comps are very, very similar in many ways, but very, very different in other ways. Really stacking up on those druids for the spirits. But KA is also bringing Untameds, at least 2 Untameds instead of Holosmiths on KA side, and still having Reapers and a lot of Scourges. So I assume there's 1 Holo though. So I assume that the Untameds are going to be doing some kind of heavy lifting here. They're going to be central for this comp to function. But on the other side, it's just big damn from DC. I think Holo should, in theory, do more damage than Untamed overall, but that's only if you actually allow them to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, from the scrims that I've seen, a lot of these rounds come down to the res utility and how fast you are on that Druid Spirit or how fast you are on that banner if you're choosing to run Warriors. But as soon as those spirits start getting exhausted, you really get yourself into some problems where you have to start hand resing. And that's where you kind of enter, do or die mode for how a lot of these rounds are going to go.
You have to remember also, as much as it breaks my heart that this could be the case, Untamed can also run Spirit. So if this is about res utility, I think that Ka might just have the upper hand here.
Right. We have
In
first
the
timer
1
called for
run.
4:30 here. First round
4:30,
is going to get started at 4:30.
You've also got a res util on the support catalyst, and it looks like both DC and KA have at least one.
I'm surprised there's only one, but I'm only seeing one, to be honest. Catalyst is
Yeah,
very, very strong, but
I only saw one on KA. I'm cycling through DC right now.
I think there's going to be a lot of differences between
none spotted on DC, honestly.
like the
Interesting.
5-man, 10-man meta, where I think Catalyst Tempest is more impactful, whereas when you're moving up to like 20, 25, etc., you start to really have to look at those bulk reses. Things like battle standard, things like Druid res where you can hit 10 people.
We would love to see some battle standard, but there are no worries here, and round's about to start soon.
Yeah, we will see how this goes. We are getting underway here in just a few seconds. DC opening with an early Veil here. KA taking a late Veil.
Both teams crossing through. First engage coming out. DC is kind of harassing KA's tail here as they're sort of trying to circle off. One downy is going off of DC, and well spikes and breaches are coming off of KA as they're pushing deep into DC's stacks. 3 downies from DC. It seems like they're going to be cleaved out easily, and KA, I think, is taking this round by storm. That rolled over really fast from seemingly no damage coming through to everything falling over in one fell swoop.
Yeah, I don't believe I saw a down on KA. I think they lost 3 very quickly in the round, and it all fell down right after that.
It's interesting to see that both teams are actually opting to just like Blast Smite and then Veil. This is very common in 20s where people just do not bother to do stealth stacking anymore, do not bother doing reveals or anything like that. There's also no class that can really reveal on any of those teams except for like Scrapper.
The
and
Untamed.
They just up to yeah, but that's like single target reveal, right?
It's a Sikkim.
You need like side beyond sight, or you need the Scrapper AoE reveal if you want to like stack stealth and then reveal the enemies, right? But instead they just both up to Veil, and there's no point in revealing that, and that makes it very, very difficult because, as you said, the Untamed or the Druids could have the single target reveal, and then if you need a target, you can easily select it and then have it permanently revealed with Sikkim on any of your rangers, really. And it seems like another timer's called for 2-0-0.
I believe the rules of the tournament actually prohibit groups from using any stealth within the first 10 seconds of the round, besides Veil.
The only stealth that you're allowed to use in the first 10 seconds is Veil. You are also not allowed to use any sort of leaps, teleports, dodges, dashes, etc. that allow you to interfere with the enemy group's opener in the first 5 seconds. Part of the idea of this tournament was to replicate open field fights, and you tend to not stealth blast a lot of the time in open field these days.
I see. Okay, then that makes a lot more sense. Thank you for clarifying that. And it means that they're just going to be might blasting, going straight in with the Veil. Okay, is holding off with the Veil first.
Ooh, the pass through. Big bomb, one down on DC.
Well spikes gone from both teams. DC is pushing deep in, but it doesn't seem like they have a lot of pressure. They're getting countered by KA's breaches, and now
downs.
one down is going out. KA ignores the down, just goes for main stack. They keep pressuring. It's just big Chinatown moment over there, and it seems like KA is kind of just pressing more buttons as the spike comes through, and eventually DC breaks over with no cooldowns and dies. I have to admit, it is really hard to understand what is going on here. But I also see minions popping here from KA. So I assume that's what the Reapers are running then.
Most likely, they're probably running the minions for the poison application.
I'm familiar with the minions and the minion trait, and the way that they apply the poison is also quite dangerous. I think that the biggest reason why you run this is so that the minions soak damage for you. So that the minions
the damage mitigation.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's a bit
Since
of
every
damage.
single skill is limited to 5, then every single time a minion takes a hit for one of your squad members, that makes everything easier for you. Doesn't look like DC is holding off really, really well against KA. I feel like they are really trying to push the aggression, but every time they're pushing on empty. And as much as I would love to see them win, something is not clicking at the moment in how they are going to beat KA here. KA is very tight, very confident, and just holds on to what they have until the moment comes. Seems like 4:30 is the new timer. Ten seconds. Pushing in, Bell comes through. Classic cross in KA's insta turning. Well spikes coming up from KA. Ooh, those are quick
DC just sat in that well bomb.
I believe they've cleaved all of those out, and DC is once again pushing the pressure, and they're gonna eat all the breaches and all the nightfalls. That cross costed them a fortune. And this is the point of DC break, and I believe KA is going to be pushing quite deep in.
That's GG right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these fights are rough. These fights are very tough.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said for momentum in these kind of fights, where, you know, when you get that good opener, you really want to keep the pressure up so that so the groups aren't really able to recover themselves well. A couple of questions out of chat here real quick. What do teams win if they win the tournament? The winner of the tournament overall, and yeah, I'm working on the bracket. Something's wrong with them currently. The winner of the tournament overall is going to get, I believe it's 1,200 gems per player, a community chest, and the community warlord title. Second place in the tournament is going to get 800 gems per player, but no title. And then everybody else is going to get a mini llama. With 6 teams playing, we'll be doing prizes for top 2. For teams that are 8 and above, we can do prizes for top 4.
Man, I should have signed up for that mini llama, dude.
And then is Prevail Sikkim legal? Prevail Sikkim is legal. We had a conversation with all of the leads for this tournament about what kind of rules they wanted to see. And people were generally okay with the idea of using Sikkim in those matches.
Prevail Sikkim is really nasty, I'm not gonna lie. But it doesn't seem like there is too much single target going on from KA. I'll be honest, I think even without proper single target pickup, they'll do just fine.
And before the tournament had really kicked off, when everyone was just scrimming, the verts were definitely the DPS of choice. But that meta quickly shifted when Dead came out with their comp where it had the Untames and the Reapers.
Seems like round's about to start. My blasting is coming through. DC double Valiance per usual on KA crossing with 1. This time DC is more aggressive. We're getting one guy off. Okay, he's down. Then he goes up. No idea if that was illusion or if that was a proper res. Now DC is taking the aggro, but they are paying the price.
Generating downs
is going to take this one. Bank here. Yes, indeed, they are generating downs, but it seems like the counter pressure from KA is way too strong, and up to 4 or 5 multiple downs coming off. And it's very much GG.
So that will be KA 4 over DC 0, but consistent momentum there from DC, starting to figure out that problem of how do you crack that support apart. Just not quite being able to figure it out quite fast enough, it looks like in this case.
This is always going to be the problem though when it comes to 20s, is that the number is so big. There's so many players. And DC managed to get one KA member down there, maybe offers pressured, then another KA member down. But even if they get that one KA member down, is it that critical? Can KA not kill them right after when DC had to invest so many cooldowns to kill just one person? I think that's always going to be the question in these kind of rounds, because from what I've noticed, even in 15 sometimes, if you invest too much to kill one person and then the enemy didn't need to invest anything, if they take that moment to turn on you, you will lose more. And that's where it gets a little bit tricky.
Yep.
But I believe it was BO7, right? So
Yep,
that's
so that is
for
KA taking
DCK.
things 4-0. We're switching over to Dead versus Evo now, where Dead currently has a 2-0 lead. And we are joining in media res here with Turbo Tyler's POV. Quite a few downs on the ground here. Watching from Ranger POV here, and importantly, Spirit still off cooldown, so they still have access to res utility here.
Yes, indeed. It seems like they're
That's
pressuring
big. That's
quite well.
big.
It seems like the round is already over from this POV.
Yep, that looks like a GG right
They
there.
are also running Untames, just like KA. And it's 3 Untames I see, and with at least one Condi Firebrand. Something that I failed to mention actually earlier is that since it is a Chrono Firebrand comp, every single person is running Chrono Firebrand. The Firebrands are actually all Condi, or all quickfire, like quickfire Firebrands. So it's probably like either what was the stats? Either Ritualist or like Trailblazer. So it's either very, very tanky or still has a bit of healing. But yeah, that adds a lot of padding damage. So I think this is one of the biggest reasons why we're going to see that these teams are going to just stand on top of each other, deal damage, nothing happening, then boom. If it didn't manage to cleanse that one burn, it didn't manage to cleanse that one torment, and then people start to crumble up to the next spike because they're too low.
Yeah. We're going to switch over to Evo here. Also, I need to change this overlay. This is not the right team names anymore. Let's see. Blue here is Dead. Didn't even dodge. Did. Slide that over a bit. We are currently waiting for one more match admin to show up, which is why I'm stuck doing a little bit of this editing work. So if there are some slight delays on stream, I apologize. So red team here is, oh God, I'm gonna have to spell this on the fly. Pretty sure that's right. Apologies to any Evo players in chat, unless I got it right, in which case you're welcome.
Evolutionis Adeptus.
And then we have Dead 3 versus Evo 0 currently, and we have KA 4 it'll win versus DC loss. Alright, ticker's updated. Overlay should be updated at this point. Let's see how this match goes. So this is potential match win here. If
Currently
DC can manage to hold it together.
This POV is?
This POV should be Dippy for Evo.
For Evo, okay. So
Evo is running a single target comp.
They're running single target comp, is that it? Okay.
The double vert.
Double vert, I see. Okay, yeah, we do have target picking on it. It seems like it's second, and now they're pressuring.
Opening with a quick veil
the
here.
Necro. Corrosive Poison Cloud comes out immediately, and now they're crossing in.
Looked like they kited a lot of damage out there. Really just picking their moment. Wells or Breach not down here for Dippy yet.
Not yet.
Wells
yeah,
are
they're
down.
holding it quite patiently, but that well was actually
Here's Wells
pretty
coming
well placed.
down.
Ooh.
It's a very good well. Evo's whole strategy is to kite them and try to just spike one player, finish that one player.
That could be a solid strategy, but they're not getting a lot done just yet.
No, I think the dead support might just be too good.
Uh-oh, 3 downies for Evo. This looks like a disaster scenario. They're splitting off a little bit, and now they're
Spirit's
stacking
going
up
off,
together.
Res is going off.
Rings are coming out from the Firebrands. There's big respect moment right there, but Breach is not coming out just yet. The Scourge is down as his groups are moving away. I don't think we're going to be able to help him. There are 2 downies at the side of that, and they're pushing to help. Oh, he is Illud. There's not a lot
It's
that
back
you can
up,
do.
but you can't die with Breach off cooldown here in this case. You gotta get that down.
Indeed, but I think it's a little bit too little, too late. We're consistently applying the pressure to them. I think that is going to take this round, but still yet to be seen. I just think that Eva's a little bit too split here, constantly fanning out every single time that is pushing. Dead comparatively, very, very well stacked, very composed. I think they took this.
So that will be dead 4-0 over Evo, and we are going to go switch back to instance 2 now with Bags and Quesadilla, the commander for Bags. So this will be an interesting perspective since we actually get to watch the commander for this round. Timer is going to
Commander's
be
using
4:30.
rifle?
Oh, Commander's using rifle for sure. You've got the resistance on 5 for a little bit of personal barrier as well. I would be shocked if we see a portal come out here, but I would guess that he really wants control over that initial resistance. And then your offense set here has to be like sword shield for the invulns.
You have to remember that no matter what, even when you're a commander, you're still a player. You have to complete your role for your team. If you're not completing that role for your team, if you're not giving those boons, if you're not giving that resistance, you're trolling. You're trolling your whole party.
Mm-hmm. All right, in we go to our first round of Bags versus KA.
Bags is going to have a very nasty bomb here. They're running DPS Catalyst here. There we go. Wow, 3 down.
Getting super aggressive on that push.
Yet another
Double
push.
grab
Bags
log
is
here.
continuing to go, and the commander goes down into right in the front. He's getting Illud and he's walking away.
He's back
Will
up.
they be able to survive this now?
Roland Signet wants Distort back here, I would guess. Just looking for the emobes.
Pressure up in the front. We're slightly stepping to all of his AoEs. His Illud popped. That's why he was so passive. Now the enemies are using this opportunity to push him. He's trying to cross through to the other side, leaving a lot of his team behind. But will they be able to recover from this? We already have 3 full dead on their team. I'm not sure how much on the other side. Bags over here trying to sustain Kaz pressure, but slowly but surely keeps on going.
I mean, they are really in the thick of it here. Bags with 3 down players and a DC.
They're pushing around the right. DC a little bit too late at this point after so many deaths, I guess. Crossing through. Breach is coming out from from KA. Sorry, and Bag is just stepping right into it. One back player sort of gets sent off. He's misting. K is definitely going to push on that. They're committing back stealth. They missed Ellie, but it's not going to be enough. Bag is continuing to fight. They're holding up together. That was quite a Andres indeed. Oh, Kyle members down in the front. Will Bag be able to do something with this? Bag actually has a warrior bubble coming out. I think K is very, very well stacked here. This fight is kind of extending to this like nobody has cooldowns kind of moment, but one back player is down at the back. K is pushing that.
They've got the
another
recovery
downy
again,
from Bag, and this one is Illus, so K is gonna quickly regroup, pressure them on the side, and yeah, now Bag is all over the place.
Hey, worth noting, they fought most of that match with 3 dead.
That is true. Yeah, they had a really, really strong opener.
Really strong opener. That's the tightest fight we've had yet.
Tightest one that we've seen for sure. But I think if Bags, you saw how deep K committed on those first 2 pushes. You know, he really wants to be in there. He wants to be in melee. He wants to be doing damage. And it's a question of whether he is able to survive there or not, and whether his squad is able to follow him there or not.
I think this initial opener from Bags was their strongest point in the round. They held off together. They held up together quite well. But the initial opener was so good. Instant free downies from what I assume is all these DPS catalysts that they have was pretty interesting. They can really make a bomb happen. But the problem was, if they only make it happen once, that's not enough, right? If they make it happen once and they fully secure those free kills, okay, yeah, that's good. But then why are we running Bubble on Warrior, right? I saw Bubble on Warrior. Where's the Warrior again?
I was thinking the same thing. I mean, so the damage from that catalyst is instant. You can't block it. It's unblockable. You should know that we're gonna generate 2 or 3 downs. Time that banner and secure those downs.
Exactly. The bubble choice. One bubble, I always think one bubble is meh. If you can get 2 bubbles, okay, but 1 bubble,
You're better off running banner.
I don't really see the point. Yeah, I think so as well.
And especially if these rounds are going to go long, you have the opportunity to cast Dome twice. It's going to be a long cooldown.
0-0-0.
If it lasts that long, it might come back up.
Maybe, yeah. Banner is a little bit less likely compared to bubble, but still, it's about the value of banner.
So entering into round 2 here, 0-0 all the timer.
All right.
Let's see if they can last long enough.
Veil counter from KA, late veil from Bags. I think KA has their eyes on the prize, and Wells are coming off. Massive spike from Bags, and they're gonna nail 1 full kill to KA. 2 full kills from KA, and KA is now 2 men down. Bags are applying the pressure, pushing down the middle, but KA is standing strong, breaching and counterbombing. His Bags are backing away. Now is KA's chance to pull back the momentum, but Bag is counter pressuring with a massive Eli bomb once again. It's pretty much another set of people deleted from KA, at least 1 person, and it's just a constant back and forth, back and forth. I think Bag is going to be looking to regroup to find another big Eli bomb. They're kiting off the pressure. They clearly want to wait for their Eli's cooldowns. That commander is screaming, give me the bomb. Where's the bomb? There it is. 3 members of Kaya are down again, and the Spirit Res coming off.
But now Bag has
so many downies.
Oh, 4
so
downs.
many downies. Bag is crumbling under the constant KA pressure. The DPS Elis are dying, misting away, and now KA is pushing in and in and in and in. I think this is the moment where Bags just might crumble if they don't pull off another bomb. They do though.
It's
2 downies from
big
KA.
bomb coming out.
1 full dead, 2 full dead, and another 3rd full dead.
More
This
on the
is
ground still.
Currently getting cleaved on top. Bag might just pull this
2 downs
through.
finished?
Yeah,
way more than
2
that.
more
KA's
full
already
downs
lost
confirmed.
6 players at least. Okay, he's pushing again. Their Wells are off CD, and they're applying the pressure, trying to reclaim middle, but another bomb is coming off of Bags. Every bomb claims 2 members of KA, and that has to be GG from KA.
That is GG.
Wow, what a fight.
Okay, we were not joking. We're saying that Bags has the juice. They have the Eli juice over here. Those bombs are nasty.
The catalyst bomb is cracked. It is so strong.
And this is what we were talking about, before we started the stream up on our end, is Bags has a really, really scary bomb. We were fighting them, on reset, granted open field, but they definitely caught me out 2 or 3 times, where I was just a half second too slow to dodge, and I went from 100 to 0 immediately. If you do not get out of the way of that damage, you have a lot of problems.
It really reminds me of late 2023 Berserker, when just push 2 buttons and kill 5 people.
It is even. I think this is even easier than that, isn't it? Because this is probably dagger catalyst, right? If it's burning speeds, then it's basically cast a skill, lightning flash in, have unblockable, and then probably, I don't know what the offset weapon is, but I would assume it would be dagger for damage. Maybe it's focus for survivability. I don't know.
The hardest part about the class is you're significantly squishier than a Berserker was.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. And you don't have the same. Well, you have survivability, but not as much as Berserker, I would say.
It might be the most glass cannon-like class we've ever seen in Wolver's World.
Most likely, yeah. Rounds about to begin. Bags didn't really blast Might. Doesn't seem like they were ready to do that.
No, only
Tails
15
coming off.
stacks.
One target is selected against Bags. Playing fresh air on those katas. Pulls are coming off from VA. Bomb from Bags. I think they kind of entered the K wells, but there is a downing from K. Instantly getting rezzed. And now K is going to meet them on the side. This
Instant
bubble is completely useless. Please swap it off.
Yeah,
KA is leaving one Bags downing on the side. He moved on as he's elude, and that's one full dead from Bags. Bags are angling their next bomb, but one down is already going off for KA for pressuring their back. I think KA has quite a bit of Condi pressure that Bags need to respect. One downy from KA. He's gonna get rezzed. Bags trying to counter bomb a little bit too late. Now KA is going to pressure this aggression right into them. There's a Scourge in the middle. I assume he's from Bags. I believe he got bannered. And two downies in the back.
Ooh,
What the hell is happening in
nasty
this
for
fight? There's
Bags
three
there.
downies in the back,
Yeah.
in the back from Bags.
And very separated.
Extremely separated. And now KA is just going to press W key and keep moving and moving and moving and moving. There's really nothing else left for KA to do but just press W key right now. Yep.
So now that KA has seen that bomb that Bags can generate, I think they're much more prepared for it. You know, they might have gotten caught off guard by exactly what Bags could do in that first round. I don't think that these two teams had actually scrimmed each other leading up to this tournament. But now that KA has seen it, I think it's going to be harder for the Bags to punch through that support when they know it's going to be coming.
I believe Bags recently pulled this one-shot catalyst out within the last 2 weeks.
Inventing the meta before our very eyes.
It's fun to watch. I can't wait to see it in open world.
I can't wait to get deleted by 4 catalysts lightning flashing on my face.
Well, and with the balance notes that we got access to yesterday, isn't there some kind of like you get a skill on Ellie now that just lets you like double cast some? I don't play a ton of Ellie, but
Yes,
is that going to make Catalyst even better there? Just double casting it?
Catalyst, you can triple cast it with that skill actually, because you also have the elite that also resets a whole weapon like attunement set for you.
That is disgusting. All right, we're gonna switch over to
really
KA's
caught us
here.
off guard after we had fought Bags. I'm like, there's no way that this thing isn't insanely broken.
K can see the future. He is the meta innovator, at least among this tournament that we've seen so far.
There's other interesting balance notes there, but I'll be honest, I am just a tiny bit disappointed that nothing was touched in terms of virtuoso, but we will see. It does not affect the 20s that much, but it does affect certain other game modes as well. I think timer is 3-0-0.
It's definitely going to affect the 10s tournament that's being hosted in 2 months.
Timer is
5 seconds.
Yep. 3-0-0 confirm.
Okay, Bags are moving in. Fail casted. K crossing through and immediately turn wells. This is what K does all the time. This makes it harder for Bags to spike. Now Bags need to push in and do their big bomb. Will they manage to land it? 1K member is down. He's getting ported back. That was probably the chrono downside port. Bags doesn't even notice that he was down. But no bombs is coming from Bags. And if they don't get the bombs, if they don't get the pressure, they will suffer. They will slowly crumble under the Condi fire. Oh, massive bomb. 4 downies from K. Immediately
a lot of damage
by
coming
Spirit.
out there.
Oh no, this is tragic. They did so well. But now KA is in W key mode. And until Bags are going to be able to refresh and get another bomb off, this is just going to look like this. 3 downies from Bags. We're splitting off all over the place. And KA is just pressing that gas on and on and on and on and on. This is what their comp does best. And even though Bags just got a full kill.
Getting a confirmed kill there.
Okay, but their team is still crumbling, and I'm sure that they have no cooldowns. And it's over.
So Bags continuing to be able to apply pressure there, but not quite enough to break through KA.
I think this is the problem, is that they struggle with the pressure. They are able to do a big bomb. They're able to do a big spike. And KA is able to respond with Spirit Res every time. every time Spirit Rest from KA. Even in the round that they won, they had to do the big bomb not once, not twice, but like 6 times over to actually get something done against KA. And when they don't get the bomb off, that's all of their pressure gone. And then KA just keeps on testing their support, right? Condi Firebrand, Condi Scourge, pressure from Untamed, constant damage from Hollow, and so on. And they just keep pushing, pushing, pushing. And surprisingly enough, despite the fact that the Catalysts are melee, that doesn't mean that they're good in a melee clash. They are good with their burst ready for about 3 seconds. But afterwards, they have to like reset.
Yeah, when you invest as much into the spike as Bags has invested into the spike here, you kind of live and die by that strategy, because if that first spike doesn't connect, you don't have a lot that's great to follow up with after that. So it really comes down to just execution in the first couple seconds of this match to see if they can get that to connect or not. And then they have to roll that initiative.
We're seeing Bags generate downs with each of their bombs, but they just can't capitalize on them and turn those downs.
Timer 0-0 here, sounds like, for the next round. This will be elimination territory for Bags here. They need to find a way to win this match.
There is a cancel. There's a cancel coming.
There's a cancel. I see it. Yep. A missing a party member. Timer 4:30. Being asked by chat to swap POV. All right, we'll go watch this last round from Bags POV then.
Okay, round starts. Cross is already in. K is kiting off away from Bag, expecting that spike. Pushing into Bags and will Bags counter. They're moving back towards their spawn, but they're leaving one downy behind. Bag still hasn't been able to put any of the pressure in. They're circling around looking for that angle, but K is not letting off.
A lot
They're pushing
of
directly
damage
into
coming
Bags.
out from
3
KA
downies
there.
from Bags. So much pressure on Bags is split all over the place. Will they be able to regroup? Will they be able to do anything here when KA is just stacked right on top of them? They're walking around KA, but it's no use. KA just pushes in. And this is pretty much over.
Wow.
Bags did not manage to get anything here. They didn't manage to get the angle for their spike.
So KA they're saying, hey, you guys have a good spike, we can do that too. And just carnage on those first 2 crosses. KA up 4-1.
I think unfortunately this happens a lot in GvG. This happens a lot in tournament rounds where one team just starts getting momentum. And I think momentum between rounds is very real, you know? It really does happen that once you get a win, you start swinging. And unless the other team does something significantly different or starts kind of like waking up and pushes you back, they won't start winning. But if they do start winning, they will win more than one round, usually.
All right, so that is lineup for Bags versus KA. We are going to pop over to RQM versus, I believe this is Evo. Please hold while we change team names here. This is RQM for blue.
All right. This is a Virtuoso POV, okay. Your good target selected. It's actually Virtuoso versus Virtuoso comp with a spear combo coming in. Ooh, that was a big spike from... This is RQM POV, I assume, since this is steel.
This is Steel Rage POV, yeah.
All right. It seems like there's a lot of race spiking going on and just like consistent pressure from Virtuoso, spiking another Virtuoso, walking in with the spear combo, just starts harassing this Virtuoso in. But this is very, very difficult. They down this Virtuoso a second time, or will they be able to finish him here? Because Virtuoso is not that good in cleaving. It doesn't look like he got finished. Target is getting selected really, really fast. From whoever is selecting target is doing a pretty good job here. seems like the virtuoso is going on for the melee spike every single time, but these fights are way more messy. Okay, massive pull
Ooh,
from
the
whatever
nasty
did
pull
that.
right
with a
there.
down.
Yep, that was insane. That was a
Okay,
great
that's
pull on
actually
their
one
end.
target.
Yeah.
That is actually one target, but RQM also has someone down. Where are they? This is the Untamed. We need to bring him back to the stack. We're pushing in. This Untamed is actually dead.
Oh, he's
End up
so
dying
far
because we
away.
get Ilu then right back to stack. And now we need to select a new target. We're on a chrono. We down him. Will we be able to finish him? Yes. And multiple other downies. Okay. It seems like this is working out for them, but these fights are so less volatile than the fights we just saw against KA. Something is like drastically different here with those virtuoso versus virtuoso comp. Spikes coming through, and now the W key is being pressed. At some point, after you lose like 6 people, it matters very, like, whatever the enemy does matters very little. You know, if you lose like 5 DPS or you lose like 5 support, it becomes super tragic to play.
And that looks like RQM 4-0 over Evo. Hey, one of the things that we saw in the 5v5 or 10v10 tournaments is that if you lose one person, you're gone. You're done. You can't fight back from 4v5, but you can sort of fight back from a 19v20 here. So that is RQM 4-0 over Evo. We are going to hop back into our second instance here with Bags and DC lining up to fight.
This should be a good fight.
Let's pop into DC POV here, shall we? And then update the overlays quick while they get ready. I do not currently see a timer. Slide this over. Our opponent team for red is going to be Bags. And this will be the last rounds of the group stage. There is an EotM reset at 6 p.m. Eastern, and it looks like we should be right on time to finish those. We might have some minor match disruptions, but we'll see.
Well, so far it's been gone quite fast. I think everything was more or less 4-0, only 1-4-1, right?
Yeah, that was that Bags versus KA 4-1. Is the only score that we've seen so far that is not XO. We'll see how these last ones go.
Okay, we are now on DC POV, right?
Mm-hmm. This is DC POV with Marbsy.
I think we need to
Playing
change
Mesmer.
the RQM there.
Good opportunity for a brief downtime here to make sure that I have scores correct and challenge on the back end. KA versus DC 4-0 looks right. KA versus Bags 4-1 looks right. Dead versus Evo 4-0 looks right. RQM 4-0 looks right. So these
Shout
will be
out to
our
all the
last
groups.
rounds of the group stage. 1:30 is the timer.
Shout out to all the groups. These have been quick fights.
Yeah, very good job from these groups, making sure we're running on time here, staying organized, getting through as many as we can so we can get all the way to this grand finals here in a single day. 6 hours for a tournament is about the upper end of what I try to sit through myself and what I would like other people to sit through. But
it's fine.
With,
the NA teams need to keep going. They need to keep making the fights longer and longer and longer so that KA eventually needs to go bedtime.
Go to bed.
that is the strat. That is the strat over here, folks. NA teams, listen to me, okay? I come from EU. These people, they love their sleep. They're molding at this very moment.
It is currently, what, 10 p.m. in EU? Or 4 hours ahead? Or is it 5 hours?
It's currently 11:15 Germany.
That's 5 hours ahead. Yeah, that is a natural disadvantage for EU players that want to participate in a tournament.
No. I think you're mistaken. These are gamers. The later we go, the better they're gonna get. I think NA needs to hurry this up.
Hey, let me assure you, as a spry 37-year-old man, that is not how that works anymore. Maybe these are just younger gamers than I am. Let's go take a peek over at these Bags' side of things. See how things are looking on their end. I have to assume that we had a timer cancel there. Bag squad looks fine. Please disable Bloom. I am casting from player POV. I unfortunately do not have any control over their own individual graphic settings. I gotta change this other team name. This is Dark Cloud, not RQM. I just noticed. Dark.
Yeah, I tried to mention it earlier, but Raz didn't start yet, so.
There we go. Again, I am doing all of this manually on my end. So it is entirely possible that there might be user errors here in me updating the UI, and if you see anything that's wrong, you can just let me know. I'll fix it. I have within me the power to do so. It sounds like Bags had a DC and cancel. We are still waiting on a new timer here. As we enter into the last group stages, what are your takeaways so far for what we've seen? Oh, you know what? EotM resets in 4 minutes. We might have them try and play 1. And then dip out with the EotM reset.
It's not exactly 4, but I don't know. It's up to you to decide how this should go. Might be a little bit longer.
Can I move the POV text to the center? It's too far left. I can't because some people have longer names than K.
400 is confirmed now, so 15 seconds.
Yeah, 400's current timer. We should have time to play 1 more after this, and then we will
Might is
hop
blasting.
out for the EotM reset.
Both teams are stacking. And available cross. All classic stuff so far. Bags are angling into a well spike. Massive
Bags catching a
bomba.
lot of people in that
Breaking
tail
down
right now.
2 members from DC at the very least.
That huge bomb that we saw against RQM.
Yeah, but DC are not going to go off complete losers here. They are still pushing into Bags, keeping up the aggression here. And some members from Bags are kind of crumbling, but the res utility is working pretty well. Breaches are coming out, and massive cleaves from Bags. This bomb will decide the round. Yeah, okay, this is working way better than it did against KA, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's only the first fight, and KA also wasn't ready for it the first fight, and Bags took a round off of him.
That's very true.
That is true.
We'll see if DC
Maybe that is the
able to
case.
adjust.
Maybe it is a sort of like one-time surprise thing, and every single round, Bags are losing power every single time as their strategy becomes more and more clear.
I believe the full cooldown of that bomb is about 20 seconds. So after they get it off, they have 20 seconds of stalling time. And if they're not able to generate downs in that 20 seconds, you're on the back foot and you're just in survival mode.
Well, I think they have the capability to slow that time. They have Druid in every single party. That means they have access to stealth and disengage. They have free scourges, they have breaches, nightfalls. Any sort of stopping power like this can help them sort of delay the enemy a little bit until eventually they can like drop any sort of like well or breach, let the enemies walk in and then bomb them back. That would probably be the V strategy to go for, but
Timer
seems like it's very,
130
very
here
difficult
for
to
next
do.
round, by the way. Carl was saying they can do it twice in the first 20 seconds because of the Kata Elite. That is true, but the Kata Elite reset is minute. Am I correct? I've been playing
Something
a little
like
bit
that,
of
yeah.
Kata in my off time.
15 seconds till round start now.
I think that Elite cooldown reset is 60 seconds. I'm sure I can have a lore master in chat correct me if that is incorrect.
Midas blasted. I believe we're going to see yet another classic cross. Bags are also dropping water fields or something, doing overboon stacking afterwards. Veil crossing. Okay. Will there be another veil from DC? Yes, there will be. Bags are crossing through. Nothing happens so far. Returning into the well spike. Directly big bomb on top of DC. And 3, 4, 5 members are down from DC. And at least 3 will be fully cleaved. Bags are going yet again. Let's see if they can pull off another bomb. And yes, they can. 2 members down from DC. DC is currently eating their breaches as well. I think this is looking very green for Dark Cloud right now.
Yeah, just that 1-2
Alright.
punch that we're seeing of, you know, punch in with damage, confirm downs, punch in again when sustain is already low, and then if neither of those spikes connect, you've got some problems. But in that case, it's working just well for them.
I know we talked about it earlier. Man, do I hate seeing that bubble, and I would love to see a banner dropped.
It's not gonna change. It's not gonna change. If they decided they want to do the bubble, we're gonna do the bubble. This is unfortunate. What can you do?
All right, so that is going to be our EOTM instance reset. We have EOTM resetting in 3, 2, 1. Currently resetting. That might not be quite right because it's that's on my end. There's going to be a little bit of delay sending to stream. So I'm going to pop you guys back up into Armistice Bastion, and we're going to wait to get our instances sorted again here. But what are your takeaways from the rounds that we've seen so far?
Ooh.
This is kind of what I expected. I expected KA to be a big force, RQM to be big, and Dead to be big. I did expect Bags to be a bit of a sleeper. Like I figured they would take rounds off of most of these groups, and then they could be a contender. And I guess we'll have to keep seeing how Bags does. Now I am curious how Dead, RQM, and KA are going to do against each other. That's going to be fun and exciting to watch.
Those are going to be the big ones to see once we get into double Elim. These are the group stages that we're using to seed the rest of the double Elim tournament bracket, just to figure out where people are. We had some conversations about using, you know, skirmish record, overall strength, things like that, but in the end, we elected to just have a group stage, get people familiar with the teams, kind of see what strategies were being employed, and then use that to figure out who were the top performers to go into the double Elim brackets. And certainly right now, it looks like the 2 people at the top of the pile who are going to be getting that coveted first round bye in the group stage are going to be KA and... I actually don't have scores from Dead yet for round 2, but Dead has beaten Evo 4-0. It's possible that Dead RQM could be a fairly interesting set of matches, but I don't actually think that we have any scores from them yet. Yeah, all right. Atros says they're just going to delay until the start of the EOTM instances. So we might actually, what we may do is we can pop over to the Dead RQM POV when we get back into EOTM, and we can see how some of those matches are going. Just to see, you know, both sides of the skirmishes here. First time chatter Juicy, by the way, says, tell Clay to close his door. Your vacuum is in sight. We can see your vacuum.
The vacuum is there for a reason, because my guild claims that I don't wash my carpet, but it's brown carpet.
Vacuums, I regret to inform you this live on stream, vacuums don't wash carpeting. They suck up like crumbs and dirt from carpet. I think you might be thinking of a steam cleaner.
No. My carpet is clean.
Okay.
The vacuum is strategically placed. Plus, I have the dogs in here somewhere, so I can't shut the door. And if I shut the door, they're gonna freak the fuck out.
Very true.
So you guys get to enjoy the side of the vacuum.
Wise. Look, we don't need to audit Clay's interior design choices live on stream. Unless he's interested in engaging in that conversation. You guys team hardwood or team carpet? Not that I have any kind of obvious bias on my perspective right now.
Man, I hate caring for hardwood. It's a lot of work.
It is a lot of work.
Whereas you vacuum the carpet and you shampoo it once every couple of months.
I do be orange oiling my floors up here relatively often. But they got that shine though.
I think as a resident resident Slav over here. I have to say that it's a carpet all the way, or at least that's the only life I know. It's carpet life.
The sound deafening from carpet is so nice.
That's true. I do not have a streamer set up here. That's big, true energy. The temptation to not just like open my inventory and start sorting inventory because I'm broadcasting. What were you gonna say?
I would like to say something that I notice about the teams, that I think there's at least two very specific approaches that I see here. I mean, there's the bags approach, where they just go for one big bomb. That's pretty much all they have in terms of damage. They have the scourges, they can deal damage, but it seems like they almost opt the scourges to do a little bit more support from the looks of it. And on the other teams seem to be like very heavy on the Condi Firebrand and Chronomancer in the same team, with Condi Scourges usually, and then a lot of like pumping damage with either Holosmiths, Untamed, and so on. There's at least two teams that we saw running Untames plus Holosmith, and then there's at least two teams that we saw running Virtuosos. This changes things quite a bit, right? If you rely on like a lot of Condi pressure and then Virtuosos to finish the job, that makes things like your entire approach very, very different. So if you can make that target disappear, which you probably can't with all these Sickums that you probably need to face, then you might be okay. Or if you are managing to like mitigate the Vert Spike. But I think when these two types of teams collide, that's going to be pretty interesting to see who is going to win. Because I think, generally speaking, Virtuosos having to push in with like Spear or anything like that, or having to play very, very fisticuffs with a more Condi comp, that's going to suck. That's going to suck to play Virtuoso in that.
Yeah, and Scourge has so much of that versatility. You know, it's been mitigated a little bit because of the nerf to barrier and the nerf to transfuse and some of that kind of stuff, but you know, you can still be support Scourge. It has decent heals, it has decent cleanse, you're still bringing barrier. You can play power Scourge, you can play Condi Scourge, you can play hybrid Scourge. Lots and lots of versatility that you can do with that profession right now. And plus, with the changes coming up to staff that we saw in the balance patch preview, getting a source of stability on 5, getting a source of group condition clear on 4, getting protection, I think it was, on 3, is really just feeding into Scourge's ability to kind of play that hybrid multi-role position in some of these bigger squads.
I think even when Scourge gets more capabilities to support, you always have the problem that you always pick Scourge because on top of everything that it does, which is used to be super OP, now it's like a bit subpar at times, it also gives you strips. Breach, Nightfall, Well of Corruption. Those are skills that you can't go without them. You cannot give those things up. And when you feel like when you're gonna need to give up strips on Scourge for support, you're really gonna have to start thinking to yourself, isn't it better that I just play like different support? I think even with more changes, even what we saw in the patch, that might be the case. Of course, this is going to depend on numbers, and I don't know, meta is a very weird, wishy-washy thing where suddenly one thing becomes strong in the meta, and because of it, other things also become strong in the meta, right?
Right.
Because they complement each other.
I mean, I know that at least in KNT, the guild that I play with, Knights of the Temple, I'm their Necro class lead when I have the free time, so I'm usually poking around at Scourge builds here and there. And I think the changes are interesting, but for us, I don't know where we would slot it, because we run triple support, double DPS, and it's not better than... there's no way it's going to be better than Chrono or Firebrand at stability. And I think it's extremely unlikely that it's going to have better healing or cleanse output than like a Tempest or a Druid or a Scrapper. So if you're really married to the idea of running double DPS, you really just don't have any space for it whatsoever.
Yeah.
So DC bags getting underway here, but I actually think we're going to go pop into RQM's POV, and we're going to go see what they're up to over on this side of things. So this is fresh rounds for RQM, who looks like blue. Who should be fighting, this is dead, I believe? Let me double check. Yep, this should be RQM versus dead. And these are fresh rounds, so 0-0 all. We catch a player report in progress. Obviously, somebody has broken the law over in that instance. I don't condone that kind of behavior.
Sometimes it's just really important to know who is this player and how will I kill them. You know, in the GvG community, there is a lot of history of toxicity, obviously. There have been a lot of things that are not very nice to talk about. Some of them are funny, some of them are less so. Hopefully, this is all about the funny stuff, but sometimes when you have a rivalry, it amps you up, you know? It puts the adrenaline in the blood. It gives you the feeling like there is a good reason why you should be spiking this guy. You know, the role of DPS at the end of the day is to kill the enemy. So if you're fully pumped to kill the enemy, you're all in.
It looks like match getting underway here for them. RQM working with a 6 necro comp here.
Oh yeah. First spikes are kind of getting eaten up, and right now there is a lot of pressure going to top of RQM. The leader is down. This looks kind of bad. There is a constant weakness on this Virtuoso as we are trying to spike. 2 downies from RQN. Resutil is coming out, but 2 downies once more. Lots of pressure from Dead. They're pushing in. It's like a slow crumble from RQM, and they need to turn the tides right now. Will they be able to set it up? Will they be able to make this happen? Target on this Condi Firebrand, no HP is going down. Finally, some damage is connecting, and massive Virtuoso spike following through, multiple downies on Dead, and massive knockbacks as well from the Prime Light Beam. Actually, total takeover for RQM.
RQM pulling that one out 1-0 to open things up.
That was really big. That was really big from RQM. It really looked like they are just eating damage for no reason and will slowly crumble. And then that spike on the Firebrand, coordinated with the Holosmith, everyone jumping in, that finished off the round in an instant. This is the strength of Virtuoso. When everything connects, you just have no response. All right, Clay. Who do you think is going to take this?
I don't know. Sorry, I've been muted because my dog was whining as soon as people started talking about her. I know I'm gonna be biased. I'm rooting for Dead. So I want Dead to win, but I do think RQM is gonna take it. I think their Virtuoso spike is timed well, as we saw in the last fight. When they decide they want to spike and they want to cause havoc, it happens. I think Dead is a very, very good, well-rounded group. I don't know if they're going to be able to coordinate the same way that RQM is.
Yeah, I think this is definitely going to be a pretty big challenge for Dead. I do have to say that RQM is basically banking on the works of, if I see it correctly, 2 sort of like main DPS. There's 2 Virtuosos, there's 2 Holosmiths. I see a Dragon Hunter. I'm not sure if this is support Dragon Hunter or not.
I think that's the in sub 6.
Sub 6, yes, and then there is the leader on Dragon Hunter. Of course, this is a support Dragon Hunter for the block.
I think that might be Demethos in sub 6, the admin.
Yeah, we do have. We do have.
You're right. I apologize. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, that's not part of the call. My bad. I would usually opt to have everyone who's not in the comp in the party 1, but they opt to have a party 6. However it fits for them. Round starts. Cal goes through. Target select, Scourge, doesn't matter what it is. Speed over accuracy, and immediately a spike coming through. Next spike coming in. Still seems like no damage is really making it, but slowly maybe those strips are going to make an impact. Target has almost no boons. Now is the time to commit to this spike. RQM is pressuring them hard over here, but they are also slightly crumbling. One downy from RQM is still not getting res. There is no response. Multiple more downies. This is exactly what happened previous round, but the res utility, it is definitely there. Those spirits are coming out, and we're standing in place, making sure that it does connect. Now the Virtuoso has to look for this angle. Blade Song Harmony is connecting onto a fire ring, gets out, target and immediately goes onto it, spiking and pressuring. One downy from RQM. This could be a potential turnaround point for Dead. 3 downies for RQM. Res utility coming out. Now the lead is down, getting cleaved out, and res in the final second. How much more res utility do these people have in the bag? Still, I believe, no kills against that. Oh, and suddenly multiple downies. That is just crumbling against RQM with this constant fisticuff fight. I don't know what to say. It feels like majority of the round nothing is happening, and suddenly multiple downies are being procced. At this point, res utility might be coming off CD. The leader, Roy, eating lots of damage in the front, pushing in now. 1 downy in the front as well. 2 downies, 3. And res utility is gonna get them as well. They are just never dying, but constantly going down. Maybe they'll pay with down penalties soon enough. I think now going down is a little bit dangerous. Target on the Scourge. Virtuoso is going deep. 3 downies from RQM. This might be the moment where they start actually losing people. There's 1 full kill
One
for
confirmed.
RQM, but also for Dead. But also for that, I believe they lost 1 person here too. New target selected. The Virtuosos are fighting on who to target. They're not very synced right now, but it doesn't really matter because there is a downy in the front going for the spear spike right now and getting weakness on top of themselves, of course.
Like a few
And they win the
downs on
round.
Dead's end, but back up. Is that a GG
Yeah.
call? That looks like a dead GG call.
It is. It is. Dead lost it. Dead lost at least 4 people in that 1 spike.
Shifting over to DC bags, which is not ended yet because the last round DC actually won. So this is currently DC 1, bags 3.
DC 1 bags free, yeah.
As we go into a potential
Round starting
elimination
right
round.
now as they're Veil and crossing through. Double veil from DC. Classic DC move. Bags crossing in. Turning with the big spike. 2 downies for DC. Instant res. Still 1 downy and they're pressuring. Now DC is just holding and bunkering, trying to counter bomb. I see a lot of sanctuaries coming up. Bags going to be kiting out for this spike. DC is continuing the pressure on the back line. Bags angling towards the center and waiting for another bomb. Their
Bags going
leaders
in for that
pushing in ahead
spike.
of everyone. Oh yeah, they went for it. They went for it, baby. And there's 3 downies for DC. I don't think this is very recoverable right now. There's good res utility. 1 Bags Fireband is down in the front, gets elut. Bags are crossing through for seemingly no reason, and now they're just kiting. They're kiting and dodging for the next Ellie spike.
Waiting for that
Waiting the
20-second
commander,
cooldown.
shouting elementalists, please tell me when the spike is coming off. And right now, it just did. And DC are about to crumble right here, right now. Really good hold, really good fight from DC, but Bags held it together even when under pressure.
That is bags going to 4. DC 1. That will be round 4 bags. Let's hop back over to Dead RQM with Tyler's perspective, who is sitting out. All right, fine, we won't do that. Go to RQM. I'll find out when Tyler's going to be in for the next round.
Okay, we're back to RQM now. I believe it was still 2, or is it now 3 rounds for RQM, or 2 rounds?
Yeah, I gotta change scores quick. I was just confirming scores with DC. So this is Requiem, RQM for blue. They are currently up 2-0. Red team here is didn't even dodge. 0. Let's see how we go here.
All right. So, what is going to be the decisive factor here? How is Dead going to take the round of RQM? They are looking really, really solid right now. Super confident about the res utility. It doesn't look like any res utility is going off wasted. What is that going to do to make a difference here?
You know, I think Dead is actually doing a pretty decent job. If you notice when RQM has a target, they're often like they're once they figure out, oh, I'm being targeted, the druids are dropping out of CA, they're stealthing those players and to break that target. I don't know what Dead can do to actually turn this fight.
A lot of damage going into Blood Fiends here. I wonder if that's an intentional target or not. I mean, we are watching a Mesmer POV, or no, we're watching a Vert POV. Are we not?
We're watching a Vert
This
POV
is the Vert.
indeed, yeah. Oh, multiple deaths.
Big down
Oh,
stack there. One
multiple deaths are
conversion.
and two full deaths. There was a big bomb over there from Dead, and now we're pressing the W key. There's 3 full
Second
deaths
bomb
now.
coming out here.
What can RQM do to recover? The leader is down, and GG's being called. Whoa, that was a bit early.
That is an early GG, but maybe they saw
That was
something on
very
our end.
early. I don't. Maybe
feel
they
like
caught him that quick.
They caught him well. They caught him well. They had two full deaths and 2 Illus sticking, but I feel like they could have still played this. You know, we've seen those rounds. We've seen like KA lose 1 person, lose 2 people or something, and still turn around against another guild. So why not continue playing here? It is a leader decision. In the end, it's about feel, but it's tournament.
I agree. And what do you have to lose by just playing it out just a little longer?
You gotta try. You gotta try sometimes. Oh, build exposed. That is very unique.
Thousands of people screen capping that, rewinding the VoD.
In all honesty, though, that round looked really solid for RQM, and then it kind of all flopped. All flopped in one moment. It's like, so far, despite getting no downies against Dead, they continued to push and pressure, and eventually those vert strips and vert damage are just too much to handle, and everything collapses. It's not just vert damage. There's also Condi Firebends, I'm sure. There's Condi Scourges and so on. There's the Reapers. There's a lot of factors going in here, but like, they basically find that moment where like, okay, now they collapse. And then Spear combo, Hollow goes in, everything goes in, and they generate all these downies and win the round. But if they mess up the res utility against Dead, it looks like it's kind of over. And it looks like they know it as well. But they are playing on this edge where they are trusting the res utility so much.
They turned those downs fairly quickly. I'm curious what their main cleave is, if it's the Reapers or if it's the Hollows.
The Hollows has to be the main cleave.
Especially with the, I assume they're running like the ECSU build, where you just get into Forge and mash the hell out of Forge 3.
Oh, the Corona Burst?
Yeah. It's a lot of cleave when you just sit there and camp Forge autos and mash Corona Burst.
Yeah, it is decent cleave, and if you layer it with Laser Disc or Prime Lightning, it could be really good. Okay,
Dead
down is
generating
coming
a
up from
down
Dead.
Oh, wow.
Fully
picking up
bursted,
that
and
layoff
that is going to
stack.
be a convert. That Spear Virtuoso damage is no joke. And strips are continuing to go through into the target. More and more pressure. Downies from Dead. This looks like a little bit of a collapse moment as 2 full kills are confirmed for RQM against Dead. Now 2 downies from RQM, but they don't care. They trust their res utility. They instantly get them up, and they're pushing, continuing the pressure. She's seeing the target.
A lot of damage on that
perfect
Reaper.
target spikes from RQM. Massive mental reset from their side. They're not gonna let Dead take the momentum from this round. They keep on going. They're picking up a new target. 1 downy from RQM. I don't think this is big pressure on their heads. Yeah, they're getting back up. There was a Virtuoso. It was pretty important to res. And now, new target select. It's going to be a Reaper. They're pushing in. Massive spear burst. We're going to cleave those downies, and now this is definitely the collapse moment. We see the time warp coming off, and now it's just about a matter of dealing more and more and more damage.
RQM just cleaning
Is
the
it
rest
just
of those
me, or
downs
does it
up.
feel like a lot of those virtuoso spikes get eaten up by weakness? You know, there's a lot of weakness going on.
Hey, Steel Rage, I think he's playing a really good virtuoso right now. You can see his vision for, when somebody goes down, especially if they're off stack. He is on them immediately.
He's playing virtuoso a lot like a vault thief, where he's just eyeing one person, gets his spike off, dives in, and bombs the hell out of him, finishes it. And it's really fun to watch, I'm not going to lie. I'd love to see a montage of this guy just doing this over and over again.
Trust me, you just need to wait until if RQM wins, you will see all the montage of that. Maybe even 3 different ones. But in all seriousness, with this comp, the virtuosos in the commander party, the commander playing DH is probably helping the target reveal, with the druid also having Sikkim at the very least for the first target, and then Tever coming up from DH to continuously reveal the target. Then the virtuosos kind of work like a tag team together to bring down this target in range so that all the other DPS can already push onto a downstate target. That's why you can see that he's basically spiking on his own. He's spiking whenever he thinks that the target is low enough or doesn't have boons or in the good position to sort of go in, and he doesn't go in with spear all the time, but when he does, it's because he certainly can make something happen. Although sometimes, even just to apply pressure, it seems. And it seems to work. Yeah, it's constantly pumping value on it. And I completely missed the fact that he is also one of the people with the time warp. So that's a factor, something to consider.
Yeah, Steel's definitely very good at the game, and he's putting on a masterclass for anyone watching right now. This is art, and it's beautiful.
Would you say it's a compelling reason to nerf virtuoso, or do you think it's in a fairly balanced place in these 20-man scale fights, 15s and 20s?
I think virtuoso is balanced in 15s and 20s. 10s is where I think virtuoso becomes too strong.
It'll be interesting to see what comps look like in that upcoming 10s tournament, but we're getting underway here for a potential Elim round.
It is indeed match point. That need to pull off their weight here. Big spike coming from the doors.
Beautiful pull on that
pull,
scourge.
whoever pulled that off. But immediate res util that does still have another downy. There's going to be more pressure coming off here. 4 downies for RQM. Do they have the res utility? No, leader goes down. Second
2 of them
downy.
turned.
Including their commander.
That's without the leader now.
Commander is down.
RQM needs to reset here. They need to understand what is the plan. It's time for some bench commanding from Roy. 1 downy for RQM. They resume. It is the virtuoso. I think that has their eyes on the virtuosos, but RQM is continuing to apply the pressure. Maybe we can reset this here. 2 downies now. Ooh, without the head of the snake. The snake is rattling all over the place and is going to be a round for dead. Massive frontal bomba from dead over there.
The dead currently going up 2. RQ almost 3 and managing to hang in there. I haven't heard yet whether there's any kind of pin snipe or anything like that. For me, it just looked like Roy got a little bit out ahead of squad there and probably ate a little bit more damage than he would have liked to eat in that situation.
It's hard to say it's a pin snipe.
I don't think so.
Sometimes the commander just gets in the way and sits in wells.
I mean, in the case that any of these commanders do ask for a review because they feel like they got pin sniped, the big thing that we're going to be looking for is, first of all, they need to send the ARC DPS log. That's going to be the one that we're looking at. But then in that ARC DPS log, we're going to be looking for... All right, I'll switch over to your POV, Tyler. Last time I clicked on you, you were on the bench, so we'll switch over to RQM. We'll switch over to Dead's perspective here. But we're looking for things like, did they take spinals? Did they take vanish enchantment? Did they take, those big focus skills that people tend to use for sniping? It's not just about did the commander go down early.
Yeah, is he turned into a MOA?
Yes, that would be a fairly evident one.
I think it comes a lot down to, is your whole plan killing the enemy commander, right?
Well, it shouldn't be. It's explicitly against the rules,
right?
but...
Yeah, it is
Though-
exactly. That's what I would be looking for. I understand that there are other forms of like, oh, this is like pin sniping, but this was an argument for a long time now, and I know this is different here in these tournament rules. But if, for example, there is stealth, and the only person who see out of stealth is the commander, of course I spike him, right?
Yeah.
I delete this chap
Right.
away.
Yeah,
And
if I throw a pull and it's the commander, oh well.
Yeah.
Fire your firebrand.
Speaking of polls here, let's see if they get any more off. Because the polls
Alright.
on Dead side, or on RQM side, have been very clean.
Okay, there is actually a target and target focus here from Dead. They are playing Untamed though, so there's a lot more AoE.
It's an
Two
early down in the
downies
back for them.
already. Ooh, this is looking a little bit rough. One full kill converted. 2, 3, 4. RQM is kind of rolling over Dead here. This is looking extremely rough. No res utility is coming off on this downy, despite the fact this druid does have the spirit. It's not coming out. Spirit res now, at any point now, would be good.
Yeah,
It
there's the
does come
spirit
out
going
now.
off.
This is maybe the point.
Looks like they got him back up.
Yeah, they did, but it looks like they're already quite disadvantaged. There's at least 4 people on the ground for that. Now they need to find their ground here again. All their DPS, I think, are alive, but not a lot of support. Commander is stuck in the middle there. Now
They're getting
RKM just
low
need to find the
recovers, though.
spike. They need to find out one target. It doesn't look like they are applying enough pressure right now.
And the whole time, RQM is looking for that target in them.
That is for sure. I can see it right there. Aye.
That
Yeah,
looks like
crumble
a
here, unfortunately.
GG.
That was a tragic start for Dead.
RQM
But it wasn't
4.
that far off.
Dead 2.
It wasn't that far off. 2-4. 4-2.
Say, what a great round. That's the closest round we've had so far.
That
is definitely a series. Yeah, that is quite a series.
All right, so I am going to end the group stage. Confirm that these are correct. We had Bags over DC 4-1, KA over DC 4-0, KA over Bags 4-1, Dead over Evo 4-0, RQM over Dead 4-2, RQM over Evo 4-0. End the group stage. Let's take a look at the bracket. Exclamation mark bracket in Twitch chat. We have Dead versus DC, Bags versus Evo, with KA and RQM getting the buys. The instance I am currently in is Bags Evo. I am going to hop into their squad quick because I am doing a bit of match admin. And then we will get ourselves ready. I'm going to pop us up to EotM wide angle just so that I can get this sorted out, and then we'll figure out which POV we would like to watch. So I get in touch with... Wait a minute, why is K offline? Hold on, he's in my instance. I'll just yell at him in map chat. Hiding offline in the middle of a tournament. There he is. All right, let's go prep a couple overlays here. I think we're probably going to be watching Bags first, since I need to keep a little bit of an eye on this instance. Blue team, check this out. I can even edit these while I'm on the splash screen. Stop farming the Bags. One of the most advanced streamers. The most professional. Evolution.
Most professional. Someone, by the way, made a suggestion about the names to put our names in the big overlay into the camera instead of like,
like
the
this?
screen. So,
Oh, wait, I can do that. I can do that.
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
I apologize. I don't remember who suggested that, but thank you for the suggestion.
If you suggested it, I can do it. Look at this. That's good enough. Yeah? Good? No? Yeah? That's good to me.
Yeah, sure.
All
I
right.
think at the edge of the camera is probably better. But
Edge of the camera? Here?
yeah, you know what I mean. Could be all on left, or it could be like clay centered. You're on left, me on right.
Oh, okay, I can do that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Get the names closer together so you don't have to move your eyes as far. If only the tech existed and sent to the names better. Peralta, aren't you supposed to be enjoying Memorial Day today? I'm joking. Thanks for tuning into the stream. Let's get these scores reset and ready. To be looking at Evo versus Bags here. Also, he was available. It was his team that was not. I'm just giving him grief. All right. So we are going to be taking a look at the Evo Bags perspective for the first round of this group stage. Other instance is going to be Dead DC. We should be getting underway here in just a few minutes. Memorial Day is Monday. Am I drunk? A, no, not yet. But B, it's like Memorial Day weekend. I think teams are maybe still getting set up here. Let me check
Okay.
idea of area.
So, Evo versus Bags. This is the collapse of the Big Bomba versus the Virtuoso comp.
I'm going to step away just for 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Go for it. Good time to do it. I don't have a timer from Bags yet. But yeah, this is going to be that double catalyst, 20-second, heavy cooldown, big spike-oriented approach. If Evo has been watching some of these rounds, and I'm sure a couple people in their squad have been, they're going to have a general idea of how Bags' comp worked. Sure, they will have watched a match or two just to see what was going on. But the question of what are they doing versus can I avoid the thing that they're trying to do is an entirely different problem. See how well they are able to do that here coming up.
I think Evo might actually have, at least comp-wise, at least in theory, the perfect reply to what Bags has. So Bags' catalyst spike is unblockable. That is a problem. But they have two virtuosos, which means that every time that Bags is in downtime and are trying to cut away, they need to cut away more than 1200 range away. Otherwise, Virtuoso reaches them. Second is, Evo seems to have at least two DPS Dragon Hunters, not that many Scourges, but at least two DPS Dragon Hunters, which means that when those catalysts are going to be jumping in, what are they going to meet? Are they going to meet traps? Are they going to meet tests of faith? How is this going to look like? Are they just going to be deleted by traps and also take some bodies with them because part of their spike will hit? It's kind of something that I'm curious about.
The other option is, if I could take you back to basics a little bit, catalyst damage is unblockable, but you can dodge it. And it has been said a couple times in this beautiful game that we all play that if you simply dodge the damage, you win.
Just simply dodge. Yeah, I haven't thought about that. Actually, you're right. I think if Evo dodges, they win.
Sometimes the simplest answers are the best.
Outside of that, the catalyst spike might fall into a little bit of a problem. Not just because of the traps, not just because of what the comp has, but also because when they are pushing in, they're exposing themselves. When they're going melee, they make themselves easier to target.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Evo will have a really easy time picking up those catalyst targets, and Bags is going to have a really hard time getting those targets to be stealthed and safe. And it kind of looks like Bags are still have their support warrior, which means that they probably still have their bubble and not their banner. And I'm afraid that against Evo, they're gonna fall into a massive problem of
And we saw that
We
from
have a bubble,
we
not a
saw that from the
banner.
very first bag rounds. You know, you can see how aggressive K gets when he goes in for that first push. You know, he is inside of you immediately, and he's trusting a lot of his squad to be able to keep up with that and stay on tag while he's making some really aggressive movements.
Yeah, indeed. I really don't know what else can we do here.
I think Evo was actually waiting on admin team to confirm that we were ready for them. So I have told them that we are ready. Everything is set up on our end, and we should be getting a timer called here shortly. Minor breakdown in admin communication that falls mostly on my shoulders, but there's a lot going on up here.
All right. Hopefully this will be confirmed and figured out quickly.
I did make a very brief estimate at how long we would be doing each of these phases, and on my napkin math that I had written out before the tournament, I had rounds 1 and 2 starting at 7:05 p.m. So we're actually close to 30 minutes ahead of schedule, which is very nice. Because you don't know what kind of DCs or stuff you might run into later.
Being ahead of schedule in a GvG tournament is a feat of its own, unless you set it to be like 2 hours per fight, of course.
Right.
But yeah, I felt personally that 40 minutes for each fight was very, very generous. But it seems like it's working so far, so all the better for everyone.
Yep, we are at 0-0 for timer here.
Indeed.
Getting underway in 20 seconds.
Will Evo destroy the targets? Will Banks one push Evo? We're about to see right now as my blasts are coming through. Bags are getting their boobs out. Veil cross. Everyone's doing the same thing. Double veil. Counter from Evo. And then target spike. Boom! Massive bump. Immediate 6 kills down for Evo. Nothing could be more devastating than this right now. How are we even going to recover from this? They have no virtuosos. They have no DPS. They have no target select. They are not managing to get their grounds off. Bags are eating their AoEs, but Bags are feeling confident. Another spike is coming through. 2 more downies, 4 more downies. Resitility is coming up, but it will not be enough. Evo is crumbling to Bags' massive pressure. And once again, Bags are claiming a first round against the team through the sheer force of their first kata spike.
Yeah, that is everyone's first interaction with Bags is, here's our bomb, let's see you dodge it.
I came back at the right moment. I sat down in my chair and saw 6 people die instantly, and then I saw Evo just scatter. So we fought Bags just this past week, and that bomb is scary. There's not much you can do about it. It's hard to counter. You just have to counter it with movement. And God, does it fucking hurt.
You see, Clay, Sheff over here pointing out a very interesting thing. I think if Evo tried dodging the spike, this wouldn't have happened.
That's very true.
That's all you can do against it is to dodge it. Your players, you can't, as you're driving, you can't actually force your players to dodge, and you can't even tell them quick enough that they need to dodge. They have to see the burst coming, because you'll see Evo gets real tight right before they burst, and then the catalyst they jump forward. And then by the time they jump, you have to be dodging. If not, you're gonna die.
Next timer, 2:30 here.
Aware. Have to be super
we will see
aware
now
that
Evo's been exposed to Bags' strategy here. They've seen the bomb. They now know what to expect, and we'll see how well they're able to adjust.
Now we're going to be a little bit more careful in this cross. I think they understand now that Bags, they don't need to aim their spike on a target compared to Evo. They can go for blind aggression. Everyone just needs to feel where to spike. And that's enough for Bags' spike to happen compared to Evo's calculated virtuoso spike and the H pulls. Pulls are coming out and the cross is about to happen. 1 veil, double veil for Evo, and the spike directly on the Bags. Target is selected. Bags is pushing in. Massive spike gets 1 person, but not nothing. 1 person's already dead on Evo's side. Traps are coming off from Evo. Bags are stepping into them, completely ignoring the pressure. Another kata spike is coming in here very, very soon. 1 pull from Bags, and unfortunately, it's not enough. This is one of the katas he's missing away. He was going to push
1 Bags player's down.
1 trade.
Yeah, we haven't really seen the second Ellie spike go off here.
Well. They're not managing right now, but Evo is also a little bit pressured here.
And this is danger
They're
time for
pressuring hard
Bags.
right
They
now.
don't have their spikes right now, so they need to be on the defensive. They need to be kiting. They're vulnerable right now.
Evo is currently pressuring the Druid,
Here it
trying to get the
comes.
spike off. That was a cat to spike. 2 downies on even side getting res right away. 2 downies once again. More and more pressure. Targets on the Druid still from Evo, but they're not managing to get it. Too much pressure, and the Elos are popping for Evo. They have everyone res. There's still 19 people, but I think the cooldown is suffering right now as Bags are pushing with the Kata Spike. That's another full kill convert for Bags against Evo, and another one is going to come in right away now. They're sort of going into like a 1 spot, 1 pixel GvG right now against Evo, which is not what they want to do considering that Evo has Dragon Hunters. We're going to be aiming the next Kata Spike. There's 2 more downies, 3 more downies. I doubt there's versatility for this. Bags are getting those kills.
This is late in the game
And
now to try and
there's not a
recover.
lot that you can stop now. Bags is sort of continuously pressure. They're no longer going for those calculated spikes. They're just pressuring, knowing that they have the numbers advantage. It's basically just a fight for time. Evo is losing people. Versatility is coming through. There's a virtuoso down in the back that Bags is completely ignoring. And that is it.
It looks like
At the end there, it was
they'll
just
manage to
double
escape with
key
that
from
one.
Bags.
That's an interesting match to see from Bags' perspective, because they aren't really built for that kind of just stand in melee and sustain kind of fight, but I guess they felt like they'd done enough with those previous Kata spikes that they could afford to just sit there and tank it.
W commentary simply try dodging. Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, sometimes you get so lost in the sauce of the theory crafting and the advanced plays and stuff that you forget the basics.
That's
Rule
not
one of
wrong.
World
Yeah,
versus World, just dodge.
sometimes it's just dodge. It is probably one of the most obnoxious things to dodge, probably. And Ellie lightning flashing into you with like dagger free on fire. Go ahead and dodge that, especially when you turn it to 20 people blocking your view and the Ellie being 4 Ellies instead. So I think one of the biggest things that everyone knows how to play against Virtuoso at this point, because everyone has played and is playing against Virtuosos actively. But how do you play against 4 DPS katas? You don't have the experience. And now you need to experience it here in the tournament. This is hard to adapt. The other problem that I'm seeing is that Evo, despite having the target on the Druid the entire round and having the Druid reveal the entire round, they really didn't manage to connect it. That Druid was kiting them back really, really well, constantly having the damage block. Maybe they want to select something else. Maybe they really want to angle it just for the katas, I think.
Timer 3:30 for the next set of rounds here. Evo definitely dodging that spike better that fight, but still not quite enough to actually secure a round win. We'll see, a round win. We'll see if they can continue to improve here.
Cross is coming through. Evo has a target selected. An immediate down from Bags. Will they be able to convert it? 2 downies from Evo. Only one of them getting res. That is already 1 player lost, and that's going to be 1 Dragon Hunter down for Evo. 1 kill is also converted for Evo against Bags, and now Bags are pushing with yet another spike. Nothing really converted here. There's still pressure. Rings are coming out from Evo. They're playing Hammer Guards, I see. And a Lich is coming out from Evo as well. Counter spike from the Catalyst. The DPS is going in, but it's full res from Evo. Everything is reset. Now they angle up their target. They're going in. They're trying to grab it. They are aiming for that Catalyst this time. Where is that Virtuoso spike? Where's that target chase? We're not managing to hit it. As the cutter went in, it got deleted, and versatility is coming up from Evo. Are we able to counter pressure? No, they're not. They instead get punished by the 2 downies of their own. And that's already 4, no, still 3, 4 kills on Evo's side. They're losing people. 4 deaths on Evo's side. They're losing people rapidly. And it doesn't look like they're going to be able to hold the ground here.
Yeah, again, we're just seeing Bags able to walk over the remnants of them.
Yeah, Evo is so spread out towards the latter ends of these fights. That Catalyst burst is just, it's too much. It breaks groups so easily.
Still, it feels like Evo is holding very strongly as a group. Bags having a very massive number advantage here. kind of taking their time to finish off this fight, because it looks like when they have the advantage, they're just W keying, and that's not really what their comp does, isn't it? That's not really what their comp likes to do. They like to spike in, get out, spike in, get out. That seems to be working the best. But if they try to like W key against Evo, that's kind of what Evo seems to be prepared to do.
I'm not entirely certain that's true, because I mean Evo's whole deal is they're banking on those virtuoso spikes. So if Bags can keep the pressure on the group and can keep those virtuosos from being able to confidently stay on their feet, they're going to struggle to get off their coordinated spike.
With that, I definitely agree. But I wonder if the DPS catalysts do well when they are required to deal consistent damage and are being constantly contested by dragon hunters or scourges and stuff like that. That I think is a little bit difficult for them, because we saw also earlier that one of the catalysts from Bags jumped in directly into Evo, and he was the target, and he also got deleted on that jump in. Unfortunately, he got stealthed immediately after, so I think Evo wasn't really sure what to do with that, and they also had two downies of their own to care for. But yeah, they should pressure them. I agree, but maybe they shouldn't just stand on top of Evo the whole time, expending damage that they don't seem to have. Or maybe I just have too high of an expectation of how should a 4-man or I think it was like a 4 or 3-man advantage look like. Maybe it's not as big of an advantage as I think it is.
I do feel like that's one of the opportunities that Bags might have, or that Evo might have here is, if they lose a couple people early, but they're still contesting, and Bags thinks that they're into that territory where they can just stand in melee and cleave, they're not built to do that. And if you can get Evo to line up a hard counter spike when Bags thinks that they just need to convert 1 or 2 more downs and their catas get out of sync, you could really catch them by surprise to sneak a win or 2 out of it.
Sounds solid. Timer 4:30. This is match point. If Evo doesn't take it back here, this is gonna make it very hard for them to play onwards. I believe they haven't really managed to score a win so far. Okay, Fire Fearless blasting. Gale coming through, shield coming through as well from the Evo Dragon Hunters. They're getting immediately counterbombed by Bags. That's 2 kills secure for Bags. Couldn't be a worse start for Evo. We're trying to get the target selected, but Bags are now standing right on top of Evo, completely ignoring the Dragon Hunter traps, not giving a damn about any of that. And they just keep on harassing the Evo front line, maybe waiting to line up the next fight. 1 downing from Bags. It seems like they're banking it in, pushing to the back of Evo. Good versatility from Evo, resetting all of those people. But it's not very clear what are they going to do next. They don't have target selected. They do now on one of the catalysts. Will they be able to convert this? The virtuosos need to be on point now. Their illus have popped on Evo, and now is the point for Bags to push. They found this opening. There's 3 kills converted already, and another downing from Evo, which they managed to get reset. But this is a 5-man, no, 6-man disadvantage for Evo against Bags. They're pressuring this kata so hard right now, but I'm not sure that any of this will be enough, as Bags are sticking up together, and now they're lining up another kata spike, and this is where Evo is gonna go down.
Yep, that is round secured.
4-0.
Bags up 4-0 over Evo.
It couldn't have been a better setup. Evo kited off right off as their Illu is about to pop. The Illu pop, the res was not fast enough, and while they were handers in Bags, deleted them.
That's exactly how Bags wants to see those matches go.
I agree. That's the Bags game plan right there, to the T.
Let's switch over to I believe no, K is not playing. It would be Dead DC. Let's see what Turbo Tyler's sitting out. Let's go to DC. I swear, every time I switch, I want to cast from Tyler's perspective, but every time I switch to it, he's sitting out. Let's get scores updated here. Blue team here looks like it's
streamer
going to
with
be
no bench time.
D. Timer 1 minute. Score here is currently DC 0, Dead 2, I believe. I will double check that. This is still currently BO7. The finals will be BO9.
No one is eliminated yet, right?
Correct. So Evo will be going to loser's bracket here after losing to Bags, and then the loser of this matchup will be going to loser's bracket as well, with Dead currently up 2-0. Do I have a screen that's Catalyst gameplay? I don't, unfortunately. I only grabbed one screen per group, but in the future I would like to have 2 or 3. Match getting underway here. Let's see what is going on. DC looks like they have a fairly healthy squad at the moment. Nobody really getting pressured that hard. Managing to stay out of that damage. 1, 2 starting to go down here.
Okay, we get
and then all falling apart very quickly there at the end.
This is Dead POV against DC, or this is DC?
This is
right
DC's
now?
POV currently.
This is POV. Okay. Try my best to make sense of this. So what is exactly the idea of Dragon Hunter in these comps? I know the strengths of Dragon Hunter and I know the strengths of Dragon Hunter speed, but is it really like good to have so much like bursty trap damage into what is essentially pretty tanky like Condi mitigation comps?
So I have mixed feelings about the Dragon Hunter. If you have a player who is a Dragon Hunter ringer, I think it can work. But you have to play to the Dragon Hunter. If you play aggressive, you have to recognize that your damage is where you're standing, so you have to play to that. If you have to kite back and bring them back into damage, you have to kite back. But if you're just gonna W key, it's not gonna work with the DHs. So I also don't understand what their play is with the DH.
That was actually 4th match. I had incorrect information, but that is Dead taking it 4-0 over DC. So we're actually going to hop over to RQM Bags at this point. And I will update names again here.
RQM Bags instance.
So red team, RQM. Blue team, once again, got farming knee bags. As we get under here shortly. Bracket is not quite going to be updated yet. I will go do that right now.
Okay, we're back to
Dead 4-0. Bags Evo 4-0. This is going to be RQM Bags. Second instance is going to be KA and Dead. We might hop back and forth between those POVs to see what's going on. But for now, we are going to ride along with Steel Rage, who has been playing some very, very good Virtuoso so far today.
We have seen Bags fight KA and even managed to get a round of KA with their Catalyst comp. Now, Ka was playing the more sort of like tanky, slower AoE damage comp with Untamed. Correct me if I'm wrong, of course, because I'm actually not entirely certain what the Untameds run in terms of weapons. That could change a lot. But RQM, they're running the Virtuosos. They need fast target pickup. They need to be on point, and they need to be very, very respectful of the Bags counter bombs, because we've seen how it looked like against Dead. Now imagine how it's going to look like against Bags.
As we hit timer 2 minute here and get underway with this fight.
I'm excited to see. This could be actually a great round. RQM has a similar playstyle to Evo, and we saw how Bags did against Evo.
Doesn't really look like they got that Catabomb to
well.
connect.
No, it doesn't look like it. Perhaps
No,
RQM
I
has
think
the secret dodge tech.
they pressed their little macaronis at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, I think that's what they did. The one catalyst is already down.
A lot of pressure
from
coming
Ray's
out here
side, and
now,
there's
but
counter bomb. Virtuoso down. Target selected. They are pressuring, but once again, RQM has a lot of downies on their side. This catalyst immediately misting. Will they be able to Resutil them? Spike is striking it right as it goes up, but Resutil does as well. Really, really good stealth coming off over here from Bags. They're pushing in directly on top of RQM with 3 downies, but the Resutil from RQM is once again really, really good. This Kata is down once more, goes up with Ilu, and immediately dies again. I'm not really sure what is Bags going to do here now when RQM is looking way more confident, following every single miss and following up that spike. It's almost like they got baited into raising that, but Bags actually don't
see
die
people
on this
getting
hand res.
yeah, you see people getting really low there for RQM, but the Cato Spike is not putting people into downstate. They're just not connecting quite enough there.
Not as much, definitely not as much. Right now, Bags are sort of resetting the situation, and it doesn't look like RQM is really getting the spike off. So soon enough, Bags might have their opportunity to shine once more and bring that Catabomb, and there it is. RQM just needs to respond with one res utility, and they do.
Yep, Bags are
RQM's
3 down
versatility.
on their end as well. It's getting harder and harder for them to climb up.
RQM's versatility is so on point
Mm-hmm.
in every single one of these fights. No one is dying like once. Everyone that goes down will be res at least once or twice. And that is a massive, massive benefit. They just keep applying pressure and pressure and pressure and pressure and pressure and pressure. And I think Bags is now at a critical mass loss where they don't have enough catalyst to actually kill RQM, and RQM will eventually drain them completely.
Definitely
With
going to
the
be hard now
virtuoso
after
stretch,
collecting
with the
that
virtuoso
big down
step.
stack right there.
Indeed.
Yeah, I think this is GG right here.
I would expect that to be GG called. RQM going up 1-0 over Bags. Over to Bags
I think
POV.
I think Bags really made a mistake at the start. I don't believe they got their full bomb off on RQM. Maybe 1 or 2 hit, but not all 3.
Yeah, hard to tell if it's a mistake or if RQM just dodged it, but it really, I mean, we could see it from the squad perspective in RQM. They'd have people go downstate, they'd get back up immediately, but Bags also wasn't seeing the big down clumps that they want. They would get 1 or 2 downs, but they wouldn't get the 3, 4, 5 that we've seen against other teams. And if they're not getting those big chunks of downs, it's so much harder for them to just kind of pressure through and turn that match into. Let's go to Bags PV. It's K supervising the. Doesn't he have a name called like floor supervisor or something like that? Or am I thinking of somebody else's guild? I could have sworn he had floor supervisor K. They allowed to swap classes in between rounds. You can swap classes, builds, roster, anybody on your team who's sitting out, you can bring in. You can switch anything you want between these rounds.
2:30 is confirmed timer, it seems.
2:30 indeed.
Five seconds. Ooh, RKM already has target select on Bags, and there it is. This Kata is gonna go down right away. Immediately missed the RKM is definitely gonna use that moment to push even harder, and that's immediate Kata down for Bags.
They're losing
It's
a lot of damage early
unclear
on.
what they can do now.
2 more downs collected there. Getting them back out, that's a lot of pressure coming out there.
This is tragic. This Catalyst is going to be running for his life as the Virtuosos have him locked in, locked and loaded, and there it goes with the Virtuoso Spike. He's down, and Bags needs to deal with 2 more downs on the other side of the map. They're pushing in to help them, but they cannot res them up. They don't have the res utility that RQM has, and now it's just a matter of time until the cooldowns come back.
That is
Till
looking
RQM
like
kills them,
GG
and it's GG
called.
call.
We talked about momentum
Ooh.
earlier. That was a direct example of what momentum can do for you. Instantly, RQM got a couple downs and put Bags on their back feet. They were never able to recover, never able to get their cata bomb off.
Yeah, and I think Bags really wants to do that. You know, we haven't really touched on it in any of these other matches, but if Bags starts on the back foot and they can't sync that cata bomb up, it's so crucial to the rest of their strategy. So there is a case
It's
to be made if you can just pressure them really early and just kind of get them on the back foot. You don't have to commit a ton of damage to it, but if you can get them to think about sustaining instead of spiking, you can really get them to start a match in a way that they would prefer not to.
It was very tricky in this round because RQM had the kata selected from the get-go. Sikkim probably connected way before the veil drop, maybe like a second or two, and went back cross the veil altogether. Kata is entirely singled out for all the other parties to pick up, and that is the easiest target possible. That Kata went down immediately and died immediately. First kill convert for essentially nothing. Just 1 Virtuoso Spike plus maybe a little bit more damage from other classes. It's completely free. And if you have to start 19 versus 20 and without one of your main DPSs when you're already running kind of low DPS, because Bags is really, really banking on their Kata spikes. We don't have like a lot of cover DPS and cover Condi with like Condi FBs and Scourges as far as I've seen. It's not that they didn't really go that hard into the Condi. So they're going to struggle in that regard.
Timer 4:30 for next match here. And just a quick update from Instance 2, KA up 1-0 over Dead. I might actually switch over to that round after we finish this one with Bags, then we'll check in on them later and see how it's going. Just so we can look at both of these going on at the same time.
Bale's coming through, cross in, and once again, target on the kata. This is a repeat of the previous fight, but they still go for the kata spike.
Bags really aggressive this time.
Yeah, res utility is coming off, but this kata is Ilud. He's misting away. His Elo has about 5 more seconds until it pops. He will eventually go down. He instead fully dies, I believe. Target is still on him, and they push right on top of him. They keep on pressuring. Kata is still target. They have another downy from Bags. Bags are pushing in, pressuring RQM. Residue from
Getting
RQM.
a lot of pressure themselves here, though.
RQM doesn't care. You
his
cannot make
res on K is
RQM
not
go down
going
once.
off.
Cleaving and cleaving. They're pressuring. There's at least 4 full kills now for RQM versus Bags. And now, once
GG.
again, multiple downies. This is very much over. This opener for Bags, this opener where RQM just singles out in the first cross this one kata and deletes them, forces them to be elude, is tragic for Bags. This is tragic. They want to avoid this as much as possible. The response was way better this time around, but this opener is super disadvantageous.
Really making their life difficult.
I think the RQM comp almost counters this catalyst strategy. They're able to focus on just one catalyst, and with that one catalyst down, they just don't have the bomb to recuperate. And then they kill the first catalyst, and they focus on the second. And after that second one's dead, there's no chance for Bags.
Yep, and you can see that RQM just has people going down left and right. They don't care. It's not enough. You have to secure those kills somehow. You need to have a banner. You need to have a stomp them away from the spirit. Something needs to happen, or you need to just clear them really fast. But just bringing them down, it's not enough. They will be res. There's 4 druids in that comp, double stomps.
I've even seen a couple of illusions going off as well. I don't necessarily know that Steel Rage is using it as we switch over here, but there's just so much res utility.
Yeah, there is a lot. There's a lot of res utility for sure.
Timer currently 1:30 for what could be a potential elimination round here. RQM up 3-0 on bags in this
It's more than just a
BO7
lot.
round 2.
More than just a lot. It's also about how accurately they use it. Is there residual or overlaps? Is there any residual that goes to waste? And I don't think there is. They're coming out here for the first cross. They're from both sides. This time RQM does not have the target. Bags was faster on the Veil. They're going to be turning now for the Cata Spike. It doesn't look like RQM really eats this. RQM is entering inside of all of Bags' breaches and pressure. Don't really like it. Bubble comes up from Bags. Actually, a pretty good bubble. But right now, RQM is just aiming to get at one target, and it is definitely a catalyst. They're pushing in hard to get that Kata target. 2 downies from Bags who are not the catalyst. This is tragic for Bags right now. Kata target is still selected. RQM is studying strong. Bags were trying to cross. I'm not sure why, but they sure as hell paid for it now. No target select for RQM. They're going for that one chrono in the front. Let's see what they're going to do now. Virtuoso Spike connecting. They're pushing in deep into the stack. Oh, good
that's a
counter bomb from
big
Bags.
spike.
Multiple downies on the RQM side. One dead, full three deaths confirmed. RQM might be crumbling here. Now Bags traded more than even. We might even be in the advantage right now. This catalyst going down from Bags, missing away. RQM is definitely going to commit for that, and they get it. Now the teams are pretty much evened out. RQM took the bomb for almost no reason. Bags are stealthing with Veil, crossing through, and they're looking for their next spike, their next big bomba opportunity.
I think RQM
believe
had
RQM
7
still has
people
all
on the
the
ground at some
virtuosos.
point there.
Yes, they did. They had a lot of people on the ground. They recovered pretty okay, but they still have 3 full death. Bags are stealthing their catalyst. The catalyst unfortunately reveals themselves way too early. And now Bags have a couple of downies. 3 downies from RQM as well. Will res utility be enough here? There's 1 downie that they're forced to hand res. I think RQM is kind of struggling the res utility right now. They're a little bit pressured, lacking some of their support, lacking some of their sustain, but not lacking too hard on the DPS department. They still
Really
have
even
it.
right now, too. Bags 4 down on their side. A lot of downs here for
3
RQM
downies on
again.
RQM sides. That's 2 more kills confirmed. Virtuoso is also pressured. Now Bags have it in the bag, potentially. They could take it home.
These are still fairly even. RQM down 5, Bags down 4, but Bags does have all 3 of their catalysts still alive, so they can still generate that terrifying spike that we see them put out, as they do.
And there it is. There's the terrifying spike. All right, this is massive pressure from Bags right now. RQM is splitting up. They don't want to give this round.
This has to be approaching
I
GG
they
territory
have to.
very soon here, though.
They're crossing in. They're regrouping. They're trying to select the target, but I'm in the squad. I'm going to tell you they have no target. They don't have it. They don't know who to spike. They finally have it selected, and Bags are stuffing that one as well. There's no more reveal left. Now Bags just need to angle that spike. Are we going to go for the counter bomb? Are we going to cut away? RKM is trying to continue in pressure Bags. They have the catalyst selected, but it doesn't look like they have enough pressure to get him.
They just need to connect one more time here.
And there it goes.
Back spike, 2 downs, 3 downs.
That's 1 converted, 2 up, 1 more down.
Slick from RQM, but not enough.
Is that a GG call?
GG.
That is a GG call. Wow.
That is
a round and a half.
Okay.
Bags
good
facing elimination finds a way to get those Kata spikes to line up.
RQM got a little bit complacent there. They kind of forgot about the Elementalist. They had a super strong opener, and Bags, they turn it around.
They still have quite an uphill battle here. But they are definitely not going to go out without winning a single round. And I wonder if this is Bags starting to figure this out, right? We saw in the first round, they got a very clean spike off, but RQM has just been able to pressure those catalysts, keep those catalysts uncomfortable, keep them from getting their spike off. And I wonder if Bags' success that round is because Bags has figured out how to keep those catalysts alive and get them to sync up.
I think they kind of did. Towards the end of the round, Bags has shown that every single kata that was target got stealthed right away. It's hard to say if it's intentional or not, because at the end of the day, every single one of them has a druid in the party, so they're all gonna get stealthed at some point. But it did look like RQM was picking a target, it got stealth. Picking a target, it got stealth. Picking a target, it got stealth. Every single time. And if that's going to be the case, this Virtuoso comp is going to struggle a little bit.
So very much do or die territory here for Bags, though. Timer is 1:15. They're going to need to find a way to rattle off 3 more wins in a row if they want to stay in winner's bracket here against an RQM team that is figuring more and more out about how to beat them every single round.
Some swiftness stacking from Bags by walking back and forth on the Mesmer folks. Respect. Booms blasted. Veil crossing. No target from RQM yet. Bags are pushing with 2 downs against RQM and 1 kill
Early
confirmed.
conversion.
Some suspect going from Bags are kiting off right now. RQM is selecting a new target and they're looking for an aggressive angle. Bags are moving aside, forcing RQM to push into their bubble. Still thinking about that bubble. And right now, Bags are going to be looking for their next spike.
Oh, here
There
comes
is
the spike.
pressure in the front, but that's only one person. Surely their spike can be bigger than this. Come on, Bags. Show us the money. Bags are kiting off.
RQM's trying to punch
They're
here. They've
kind
got
on
it
the
down,
back foot
gets
right
back
now.
up. But this Kata spike should be up any second now.
It's kind of like a ticking
That
time
looks
bomb
like it
here.
going
If you
off
Here it
right
comes,
there.
2
That's
downs,
3 more
we're going
downs.
to
They
do
will
3
this.
downs,
conversion.
4 downs.
Good conversion, 1 full kill, and still 3 downies against RQM. They're still
Where
down.
is the res
They're not
utility
getting
here?
res.
That's a 3rd conversion.
They didn't have it. They weren't ready. And now they're going to pay the price. Once again, more downies generated. Bags are figuring this shit out, and they
Oh,
are
you have to be looking at this
cleaving
as
into
K.
RQM.
He sees that 1 down, stay on the ground for 5 seconds, and he knows they just don't have anything left. He has to push that advantage, and he definitely does there.
Who called the GG?
I
RQM
can
did
only assume that was
100%.
RQM calling
5
GG
downs.
with Bags going 2 to 3 here.
It's more than 5. It's 7. 7 full dead for RQM. All right. Bags are bringing it back. And as we talked about previous, this momentum shift is very real in between the rounds. This is super dangerous territory for RQM. If they don't change it up right now, they might be looking at a reverse sweep from Bags, and I would love to see it.
Yeah, any win here for RQM secures it, so they have a little bit of padding built in. But they really need to tighten up this round or next round at a minimum in order to secure their place in this winner's bracket. Bags does have 1 bio break, so it sounds like they're going to take a slightly longer timer here. Let's pop over to KA and see what's going on in this instance. We have 1 sitting out. This should be KA versus Dead, I believe. Tyler also sitting out. Oh, man. There's nothing to
I love
be
me
done.
some bench POV.
All right, I'm heading back to Bags. I have to do. We actually have an instance full currently. And might need to ask a couple people to leave this instance so that Bags can get their last player in.
We're starting to get their player in.
Other instances, KA. No, they've got it. All right, they're good. We're clear. Let's go see if KA Dead has a perspective that's playing here. Yes, we do. All right, we'll watch Tyler over here with KA Dead. Score over here currently should be KA3 Dead 0.
Oof. No one's really managing to take
Oh,
the
this
rounds
is
of
line
KA
up. It
out.
looks
Only
like they just
Bags
finished.
did.
Yeah, it looks like that just finished. I don't have
October.
score yet. Oh, I do have score. That is KA4 Dead 0.
RKM and Bags is continuing. It's 2-0-0 timer right now.
We're gonna head back there real quick. Timer is 2-0-0.
10 seconds until round start. Still match point, but Bags are looking at the reverse sweep right now. Will they be able to do it? We're about to see. My blasted. Veil crossed. And they're moving in. No target for RQM just yet. Bags crossing the veil again. Cross for bags. One downy. On RQM side. Catalyst selected for RQM. We're pushing into that catalyst. Currently, this catalyst is completely boonless. Massive bubble from bags.
Catalyst spike
And
going off
RQM managed to
there.
get a great spike in and force bags to use those illus on 2 of their members. And yet another downy for bags. This is looking dire, but massive spike coming from bags. RQM needs to wake up on the res utility, and they too indeed.
Yeah, they
But
still
there
have
is
downs on the
more damage coming
ground.
from bags, and res utility still comes through. This is insane.
RQM
Illus are popping
counterpunching here,
off
though.
from bags' side, and they have more downies to care for. This is looking a little bit dire for bags, but they surely are going to be able to recover from this.
Oh, it's
2
looking
downies,
pretty
1
bad
kill
here.
confirmed for RQM.
Need to get K up there.
RQM
That's
is
a good
really
downstage
pushing this
pump.
momentum. Multiple downies from bags. This is really bad right now. We're trying to stuff, but trying to reset, but there's more and more people dying.
That
And
looks
it's
like that is going to be
GG.
RQM.
Ooh, RQM, they locked
lost
in.
money.
For this one, they locked in.
What a great fucking show from Bags, though.
Good stuff from bags. They had some really scruffy rounds. Really good stuff, but this one, RQM, they locked in. They punched them right into the gut.
RQM 4, bags 2 to close out second round of our double Elim bracket. So we're going to be going to losers round 1 now. I think actually I should double check that. I do think we go to losers round 1 now, which is going to be bags versus DC, dead versus Evo. I'm going to pull you guys back up to our conversation chairs into the EOTM wide angle shot with KA and RQM moving on to the semis. And then getting ready for our losers bracket matches here. You join me in the DC Bags instance, which I think is where we're going to be spectating from. So 4 teams in the losers bracket right now. Bags, DC, Dead, and Evo. Who do you think is going to be making it out of that into losers round 2? Because we are now into territory of actual elimination. It is time for you to go home if you lose rounds here.
Oh, that's dangerous. That is very.
This
very
is
dangerous.
tough. I don't even know if I want to make a call on it.
I think bags has it in the bag, most literally.
There is the concept of playing hot and cold right now, and Bags is staying in the EOTM arena right now to keep going. You know, RQM wins out, so RQM is going to winners semis, where they're going to have to wait a little bit to play against KA, but Bags is going right now, and they are switched on after really close fights against a really good guild. So at least for them in this first round, I definitely think that they're going to be able to carry some of that momentum. They're going to be able to stay sharp on these. But they are going to have quite a conflict waiting for them as they progress into losers round 2, and especially losers round 3, where they're going to have to fight either KA or RQM. Those are going to be tough ones for them to take on.
Yeah, I think playing hot is definitely something to think about if they kind of like have their stuff warmed up. But it can be very. Sometimes you need a break. Sometimes it's hard to refocus, and sometimes you need a break. And I think Bags had some very difficult fights. I think right now against DC, I predict that they will win. I think they really have it because they've shown that they can hold strong against teams that defeated DC quite easily, and maybe afterwards, when they need to go against a stronger opponent, they have a plan in mind. But we also didn't really get to catch a break.
So both of you are GvG players yourselves. If you're in KA's shoes here, or RQM's shoes, are you thinking about potential strategy changes? Are you thinking about that match with KA already? Are you trying to, switch things around in your comp? Or are you mostly just relaxing here, enjoying a short break?
I think switching things up in your comp could be dangerous, especially if you've been winning. Like why change your strategy when it's doing well? Especially at this stage of the game. If what you're doing is working, I wouldn't change at all.
I do wonder how much RQM and KA are going to be looking at previous matches, because I don't believe that they've played yet. They shouldn't have. Yeah, RQM and KA have actually not run across each other yet. So that's going to be the first time that they meet in the winners semis, and it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top of that one.
I think whoever is going to sort of take their time and rethink their strategy is definitely going to benefit from it, as long as they don't change too much. On tournament day, you kind of need to have strategies ready if you want to change them. You kind of need to have some things in the bag, but you preferably want to stick with what you already know and what is already comfortable. It doesn't mean that pulling off a pocket pick or something that is like very, very weird, that is supposed to work, that you haven't, that you're like, wouldn't opt to necessarily can't work, but making last minute adjustments, it's difficult, right?
Yep. Sounds like DC and Bags are ready to go here. So we're going to go pop in on DC POV. Change up these team names quick. DC Dark Cloud will be your red team. Over on the left side of your screen, and we'll be looking at Stop Farming Me Bags as blue team on the right side.
Okay, Bags going in hot. Spike in DC and 2 full dead against DC already on the very first wall spike. Bags are going in aggressive. We're getting kind of punished by DC here. Actually, 2 downies for Bags. They're managing to res them up. DC is pushing the aggression over here. The Bags are looking to punish the tail right now.
Ooh,
The
3
catalyst
downs
Bags.
instantly.
That's 3 downies and insta conversion compared to RQM, who would have these downies resed yesterday. DC are
GG is
not
called.
managing to get that stuff done. Yeah, there's a massive difference here. Bags are managing to generate downies against every team, but they are not managing to secure them against every team. Against DC, that doesn't seem to be the problem.
Yeah, and this is very much a Bags team that is ready to play.
Another thing that comes down to the thing with dodging, right? We said dodging is like the solution. Sometimes you cannot dodge everything. You can only dodge a part. But even if you dodge half, that matters, right? When you
Dodge
go
half, you
down, where
live.
you go down. You might live. You might even still go down, but later, or not take as much damage later when you're downstate because you managed to move further. There's a lot of factors that come over here, but yeah, it doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be preemptive. A lot of dodging in GvGs. The bigger the fights, the more relevant this advice is. You have to dodge knowing that you're about to dodge at a specific point in time, not as a reaction to like an animation that you see, because you're not gonna see it.
No, there's too much clutter.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to do it based on vibes. When you expect somebody to spike, you just get those dodges ready. And especially with a group that spikes as fast as Bags does, if you're short by even, a half second, even a quarter second, you're going to find yourself on the ground because there's so little health padding that's going to save you through triple catalyst.
And you can see the spike coming. It is telegraphed. It's not impossible to see. But you have to be looking for it. Like you have to in your mind say, all right, this catalyst is gonna burst forward real quick and blow me the fuck up. You got to see it coming, and you have to be ready for it.
Ooh, Max lined up their spike perfectly on top of DC, and that's a massive kill conversion.
Oh, that's a lot of downs right there.
Round is basically over at this point, as DC are going to be running for the hills. Holy. This is what I actually really like about the Bangs leading style here, is that they like to go to the side first.
Yeah.
And line up their spike from there. They don't stand spike in one spot and then spike the next spot, knowing that their DPS are under pressure. They actually move off to the side and spike again. The first cross, they could have tried to spike DC right away. They don't. They move off to the side. They let DC pop off of their Veil Stealth and bomb them right in there, right as they're trying to move into spike bags. They're just that half a second faster. and it makes a whole difference.
Yeah, we'll switch over to Bags' POV here so that you can see him making those moves. The other interesting thing, well, actually, I think he has switched to Veil now. Is that Veil on his bar? Yeah, he is running his own
It is,
Veil
yeah.
now. I thought I saw earlier in rounds he was actually not running his own Veil. But he's turning really hard left or right on that engage. And I think there's a tendency to assume that when you see a group Veil, they're just going to W key directly towards you. But he's making some pretty tight turns to try and keep people off balance, get the tail confused, get people a little out of position, and then look to capitalize on that with that massive catalyst spike.
I think there's two purposes for a Veil, one to break target and the other to do a small reposition that can make a huge difference in these fights, especially at this level of play.
Yeah, and there's nothing stopping you from using Veil mid-combat here, and we've seen teams doing it. You know, it's not just to get your opener, but it's to break those single targets. You see groups calling targets. It's also just to give people a little bit of uncertainty about where you're about to move in the middle of a fight, right when you've got that bomb ready. Just a little bit of unpredictability that you can add into your overall plan for these rounds.
I'm gonna bring some insider information here since I'm in the squad with Bags. One of the players says that their max burn speed was 12.3k the previous round.
That's pretty good.
Only 12.3.
Only 12.3, friends. Only 12.3 evasion dash skill that will be repeated the second time in the same spike.
June 25, you'll be getting
Only
those
that.
numbers up, but here we go into next round.
Crossing in, pushing into DC. This time the spike doesn't seem to work that much, but it's only because they're stealth. There is actually a kill conversion. One DC member is already dead. They're kiting off DC. They're waiting. DC is giving them the space. They're giving them the space. They're pushing slowly and methodically into Bags, but we really just need to pressure them. Now that Bags having the time to pressure in, that's 3 downies, and all of them converted. And they die. And I think
That's GG.
I just saw a stomp. Wait, I just saw a stomp pop. Wait, was that banner?
I don't see a banner. I don't believe so.
I don't currently see a banner.
No, I don't see a banner. I don't see a banner
there's-
either, but I saw the super adventure box finishers.
Oh, you think somebody hand stomped?
No, they didn't have the time. There's no way. So I'm wondering what that was. I don't see a banner either. That's why I'm surprised. There's no, there's still warrior. Okay, that's odd. It's very weird.
Bags going up
Maybe there's something that I'm
3-0. Again, you know, every single one of these rounds, you're seeing DC make these improvements. They're losing less people on every clash. They're having fewer people go into downstate on the first cross. They're slowly lasting, you know, longer and longer into these matchups. But Bags definitely controls the tempo of these right now. And even in BO7, even in BO9, you only have so much time to get a group figured out and figure out what your plan is going to be against them.
Okay.
We've seen RQM execute that fairly successfully in some of their rounds. We've seen Bags execute it successfully versus RQM, where they managed to claw back a 3-0 into a 3-2. It's a question of whether we can see DC do it here.
All right, I think that Bags will need to wait a little bit longer until they start their next round, because I know now for certain that my eyes did not deceive me, and unfortunately they're going to need to wait for that long banner cooldown. Indeed, they did swap their bubble on their one warrior to banner. About damn time. Okay, Might is being blasted here. Pre-stacking, Veil crossing. No team does this in any way, shape, or form differently. Guys going to the side.
What a
and then
great
pushing
reposition and bomb.
Yeah, really nice CS from him there.
It seems to mostly miss his Bags. Are kind of pressuring DC,
Oh,
and that's
a
not
little
really
bit
their
there.
Down
strong
Bags?
suit.
They've got him up.
DC has some downies. One of them is full dead. Second one is not yet full dead. And now multiple downies as the second spike coming off from Bags. Ooh.
Ooh, that's GG.
Quick GG.
No, I don't think that
is.
DC is able to stand up to the bank spike. They do not have the answer.
Bags going up 4-0 versus DC. And Dead Evo, I have heard, is just getting underway, so we're going to flip over there. Looks like first round has just ended. As soon as I know what the score is, I'll go ahead and get it to you. But this is Evo's POV. I have to assume that since Evo is hand raising, they have gotten the worst of that first round.
Indeed.
This is going to be
look like it.
Evolutionist, Adeptus, blue. Score
This
of
is really
0.
hard to see on this POV. Holy.
Red team have didn't even dodge. Did up on. And then we will switch over to Tyler's perspective for, well, you know, let's do it now because I bet he's sitting up. Yep. I swear that Tyler has played around. I swear he has.
Can someone give this person some game time? Please.
All of Twitch knows who the bench warmer is.
I should get in touch with a striker for Dead, and I should just have him tell me when he's going to be in on rounds.
Oh.
It's just a meme at this point.
All right. Cross coming in. Target is sickened a mile away. Suspect's trying to come off here. Target is not selected by this scourge. That's what I see. Breach is coming off now. There's pretty constant pressure here. You okay? We're pushing into Dead. It's just very, very slow damage. Target actually goes down for Evo. We're managing to get those kills off, but not able to secure it. We already lost 2 people in this round. It looks like Dead is just going to continuously pressure them here. There is no stop. There's no stop. Dead is not taking any time. We're not regrouping. We're no nothing. We just keep pushing tail and keep pushing tail and keep pushing tail. And it seems to work. 2 more kills secured against Evo.
You have to keep pressure against these single target spike groups.
Yeah, unfortunately, it works perfectly for them as we take another round. This looks dire. I'm not gonna lie. This looks extremely dire. What I'm seeing here for Evo. I do not know how are we supposed to recover from this. It just doesn't look like we're able to get what they want off. We're managing to get down. We're managing to get pressure, but the response is always res and 2 of your people go down. So the answer, it's not sufficient. Whatever Evo is doing right now, it's not enough. They have to either change strategy, change up comp, or maybe they just need to take their time. And as you said, they have to pressure against them, which means that maybe Evo needs to move away further. Maybe they need to find places to kite and pick up those targets and do some more significant spikes instead of standing in front of the enemies and trying to just kill them off.
It's hard to kite in this arena. It's so small.
Yeah.
It's not the biggest arena over there, but it is possible to kite.
It is. It is.
The problem is, will the enemy allow you to kite? Once you're engaged, it might be a bit tricky.
So once you're on the back foot, you're on the back foot. It's hard to take that lead again. I would like to see fights someday in Obsidian Sanctum. With that, I think that arena is about twice the size of this one.
That arena does feel a bit bigger. I'm not too sure. Maybe next tournament needs to happen in mid spot, and then we can have the cannons also happen.
Dude, mid spot tournament would be interesting. You know what else would be interesting is keep fights. If you can get the colors to work, where you have people alternate attack, defensive keeps. You've got like some position advantages, some chokes you can use, more interesting terrain.
It'd be interesting. I think the big issue you'd have is how do you isolate it to where only the people playing in the tournament are in the keep.
Well, nobody plays EOTM, so you shouldn't have to worry about that.
Oh, okay. I thought we were talking.
No. It's in EOTM still.
Hills or Red.
No, in EOTM still.
Round starts this time from Dead POV. Emob coming up from this druid over here as he's trying to select target. And now they're going to be pushing into the Evo target. Evo's popping up breaches. Dead is kiting off. Evo's pushing into target, and Dead responds by moving away. New target selected. This time the Firebrand. They see that it's lead, they swap off. Multiple dead for Evo already. Doesn't look good. No matter what they do, there's just constant pressure from Untamed, constant pressure from Scourges, constant pressure from Reapers. They are not handling this pressure well at all. And Dead is just being chilling over here, pushing slowly but surely into their victory, taking it little piece at a time, like they're taking away Evo's
That'll be
ground.
GG right there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
Dead's
totally
comp
over.
is definitely hyper aggressive. There's no massive coordinated spikes. It's all just shit out damage and condies.
Mm-hmm.
I have to admit, Evo looked way more solid in their previous fights against anything really. Against Bags, they looked more confident.
Yeah, this
It
could
looks like
maybe
they
be
were more capable.
like tournament fatigue creeping in here. You know, this is a lot of rounds that people's
I
played
think
at
it's
this
a bit of
point.
fatigue. I think it's a bit of mental. Maybe this is me assuming obviously a lot. I don't know how the mental truly is in those teams, but it just feels a little bit lower energy compared to what we saw previously.
I mean, I definitely know from the perspective of like open field commanding, not GvG commanding. I don't have enough neurons to do GvG commanding, but controlling squad morale and keeping people optimistic, keeping people focused up, not letting them get distracted is a big, big component of commanding. It's not just how much mechanical knowledge you have. It's not just how much you can press your buttons. It's also how good are you at, you know, motivating people to play and keeping people thinking that, you know, they're in this and encouraging them to play their best. And it's
I
not an
think
easy task.
Go ahead.
That was it. That was all I wanted to say.
Oh, okay. I think the mentality of a GvG player is also different, though. Most GvG players aren't mad if they lose, but they do get disappointed when they don't see improvements in how they're playing. So when they go 0-4 and they progressively get worse, you're definitely going to see a GvG group start to have issues with morale there.
Timer 2 minutes here for this next round. Maybe waiting on some longer cooldowns or something like that. Maybe there's a late spirit that went out that people are waiting.
This is definitely the hardest part in any teams, but at the end of the day, we're all here playing a video game. And sometimes if the group has its own personality, and when the group starts losing, the performance starts dropping, and people are focused on the wrong things or start blaming each other or anything like that. This can happen to the best people, to the best players, and this is going to affect everything so much. And this can only be built over time. I don't know how quickly were these teams built, if they're only built for the tournament or they play outside of the tournament. But this is one of the biggest things that if you have a team that is built only for the tournament, this could be a very volatile point, you know?
Yeah.
When you haven't had the team built beforehand and people are there to win. And obviously when you're not winning and you're like, I'm only here to win, this could take a big mental toll on you and on everyone else. Not saying that this is the case for the team here, definitely not for Evo, but this is a factor to consider when you're thinking about the group.
Teams have been swapping in and out. There have been a couple of roster changes, things like that. But for the teams that have stayed coherent, they've had, I think, a little under a month to do practice scrims. Just looking at like the GvG scheduling Discord, though, they've definitely ramped up within the last 2 weeks or so as people have started to get things finalized. Timer's actually 2:30 here, it looks like, starting a little earlier.
Scrims have been a blast the past 2 months. The 20s content has been great. I hope it continues.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cross coming in from Dead. It was a little bit sketchy. Now Eva seems to be lining up their spike. I believe they would have their target selected by now. But we didn't manage to get anyone out. Traps coming off from Evo.
Big kite off there, getting ready for a re-engage, maybe getting cooldowns ready.
Yeah, they're keeping their distance quite a bit better this time. They're not letting that sit on top of them just yet. No downies yet from Evo. No downies yet from. Oh, actually, sorry. There is one full dead from dead. I didn't notice in the middle of the arena over there.
A couple people getting pressure there, it looks like,
pressure's
too.
coming over. Someone from Evo was down as well. Evo's pushing in now, pressuring with the virtuosos. They're taking it slowly. They're kiting off. They're taking the distance. One downy from dead, one downy from Evo.
They're
How
able to
will they
convert
trade it
that,
here?
though.
Evo is now managing to res. I think that was a convert. Yes, indeed. There was one full dead for Evo as well. They're pushing down. They have multiple downies at the back. The consistent pressure from dead is kind of
Yeah.
getting into Evo, but they're taking it. They're resetting. They're having this round a little bit better, but
Here comes.
I don't think it's enough.
Feels like
No,
every
Evo on the
spike
back
is
foot
just
now.
putting a couple more people into downstate. Still
This
hanging
is
in there,
Morven
though.
on the back foot. Virtuoso's target for dead.
That looks like
This
a
3 more
GG
downies, 2
called.
converts, 3 converts. Yes, indeed. Dead is taking it.
Dead going 4-0 on Evo. And, you know, again, kind of the same thing that we've seen in a couple other matches where the group that's on the losing end of an overall match keeps making this slow, gradual, steady improvement, but it's just not enough to eventually overcome, given that we're only playing BO7s here. So both
Well, like
losers
we
bracket
invited-
round ones, clean sweeps. Bags 4-0 over DC, Dead 4-0 over Evo. That will be DC and Evo going home, collecting their mini participation llama, and spectating for the rest of these rounds. We're going to head over to KA's POV, where they are mid-combat with RQM. This is winners semi-final bracket, so these are
actually
two teams playing for a
close
spot
fight
in
right
the
now.
final.
Oh yeah, these are 2 strong teams.
Yeah, 2 dead are on RQM, 1 dead on KA.
Oh, RQM is kind of losing people here, but so is KA already with 2 people down. They're pressuring
Another down on
Virtuoso
KA.
from
One converted on KA, fully dead. That's 2 to 2 downs.
Oh,
A little stuttery here. We might switch over to
Little
RQM's perspective there
lag time.
afterwards. That is going to be from the POV side, unfortunately. Control that on stream.
3 downs on KA. And GG. I
Pop
believe
over
that's
to
a round for RQM.
RQM here and see.
okay. So, this is the greatest clash of the untamed comp and the constant pressure comp. I wanted to say earlier, but we went directly to the RQM fights. But if you looked at Dead's arc DPS, I don't really like to refer to arc DPS too often, but you looked on who is dealing the damage, and it's basically 3 untames on the top, directly under Condi Scourges with like 250k total throughout the round, and then right under is like Condi Fireband slash whatever else. This constant pressure was what really drained and really like killed off Evo little by little by little by little, together with probably some concentrated damage and some well-timed damage here and there. So this is a big deal. This is like a big deal. If the Virtuoso spikes are not gonna get kill converts, then the Condi constant pressure untamed comp is going to win. And the difference here is, I think that in RKM's case, that might not be as relevant because they have such strong res utility. They really have it figured out. This is really not a comp difference. It's really a gameplay difference on RKM side that they have it so well figured out.
Next timer 230. RQM up 1-0 over America KA.
All right, route starting. The cross is happening here.
Ooh,
Minions
2
are already
KA
popping
players
2K.
instantly caught.
RKM is pushing hard. They're applying this pressure over here.
RQM looking totally fine, not really taking anything incoming right now.
Breach is coming off from KA as we are pushing.
2 more
RKM is
downs.
crossing
Instantly
through.
rezzed.
He's starting to put some pressure out now. Ooh, there's a big spike going off.
Ooh, RQM pressure, counter pressure by KA. 1 downy from RQM, 2 downies from RQM, actually getting res a little bit
Getting
slower
one
this time.
One
This is double
capitalized.
dead for RQM.
A lot of pressure
Quite
coming
tragic.
in
Now
here.
for
3 downs, 4
RQM, Kai
downs.
is really pressing the advantage here. Multiple downies for RQM, which most of them they're going to be able to res. Some of them are going to full die. This is looking very grim now for RQM as they're not finding that single target and they're constantly rummaging around to get something done. But this
Another down on
constant pressure, this
RQM.
constant condi
3 full dead.
on RQM is going to make them collapse. They're trying to push, and this push is kind of going to seal their fate here. RQM is trying to reset now. I think they want to get this target selected.
3
I
pulled
think
in. Another down. Full dead.
Just looking for a clean opener, but KA not giving them the
this
opportunity.
is
It's
such a slow fight, such a slow
leading
fight
people
for
off.
KA, but they win it. They take it
There's
on.
the GG.
1-1.
It feels like RQM's res game in that fight was slower than we've seen in previous matches. You know, we saw people go into downstate, immediately get back up within a half second, and it doesn't seem like they have that same reaction time or that same ability to get those downs back up in these rounds. I wonder what's going on with them. Could be poison on the ground that's just kind of interrupting those a bit.
I think this is a pressure difference. I think KA has the pressure compared to the other teams that we saw. They have so much pressure that RQM is going to struggle a lot. And I said this in the previous round as well, where we watched Steel's POV on Virtuoso, where it was like, oh, isn't it like half the times that he's spiking, he has weakness on him? Yeah, he does. And I think against KA, that's even more relevant. If you're condied while you're spiking, whether it's chill that is slowing you down or affecting your cooldowns, slow that is affecting your casting speed, or worst weakness, which is basically taking your damage, halving it, and then not allowing you to crit, which is halving it by another time, then you're really not gonna get anything done. And I think this is the problem here. If KA applies the pressure on RQM and RQM doesn't respond properly, this is gonna be over eventually, and it's gonna be slowly but surely going off to their side.
We're gonna see if Unclean Bus has the frames for this perspective. They did restart, so we might be able to see here a couple extra frames here. See if we can catch one of these fights from KA's side. See how things are going on their end. Still a little bit of frame dips, but we'll cross our fingers and we'll see if we can tell anything interesting about it. A lot of frame dips. All right, we'll go back to RQM's perspective. Quite stable enough bandwidth there, unfortunately. So all of these POVs are being shared through Video Ninja, which is allowing these casters to generously hook their stuff directly into our POV here as this match gets started.
Okay. Cross coming in. Currently, nothing really being done for any one of the sides here. KA is pushing
RQM
directly.
standing in a PLB right now.
Yes, they did. And that's the leader down in the big bomba. RQM is going to have to reset and recuperate. We're going to have to figure out how to do this without their lead. Tag is actually being passed on to a different leader of RQM here. And even being swapped in the parties in real time. This is quite nice. This is quite impressive, but I'm not really sure how this is going to go. The Kron lead is now pushing in. It's Putin that took over, but unfortunately in this push, he goes down as well. And now KA is going to be taking this round, taking down technically 2 RQM leaders in 1 round.
A lot of focus coming out on those. I do wonder if RQM is going to be asking about potential pin snipe there for admins to review. I couldn't quite see if Commander was just extending a little too far ahead, maybe eating more damage than he necessarily needed to.
From what I saw, it was a big AoE push, big bomb from KA. Of course, this could be different from their perspective.
Hmm.
And there were 3 people from RQM down at the same time. But unfortunately, Roy, for some reason, was not the person to get res. The other 2 were, but Roy wasn't. So I think there was ample space for RQM to res their lead. And then they responded pretty well by one of them taking over one of the chronos, Pudding, I think, and passing on the tag to him and even sorting him in the party to get targets with the Virtuosos and understand what's going on. It was a good response from RQM in real time, but I think it was just an unfortunate happenstance.
And
I
it
think
is up
if they
to
felt otherwise, they would review it. Yeah.
it is up to team
Yeah.
captains to call for a review. So I'm sure that Roy is looking at his incoming damage logs and he's trying to figure out what happened. And if he feels like he was sniped, it's up to him. The admins and the broadcasters are not going to be initiating any reviews. It's up to teams to tell us, hey, I think something happened here, and then we review that. So if there's no call
Classic
from
use
Roy, we're
strat,
not going
lead
to
up
do any
over it.
investigating on our end.
Timer was 0:45 and it's starting right now, right this moment. Veil cross from both teams. Moving onwards, the target select from RQM. KA is pushing in once more, applying the pressure. RQM needs to respond in kind and get those Virtuoso spikes right in. It's target on the Reaper. They're pushing directly into KA. Damage coming through, and KA is feeling the pressure right now, having to give RQM some space. But RQM is pushing deeper now. Even though they don't have target selected, they still pushed. 2 people down, they got rezzed. 1 more person down, didn't get rezzed. No res utility for that one. No spirit for that one. Multiple downings from KA. 2 of them are elude. Will they be able to make this happen? KA is resetting and stealthing and stacking, and the elude is popping from RQM, getting spear res and pushing directly back into KA. This is a constant fisticuff right now from both teams. No one is giving anyone a break whatsoever. Pushing into RQM.
AA
is just
sitting
applying
inside a
damage on his
PLB
own.
right now.
Yep. 2 downs from KA. This might be the more the RQM turns. No, spirit res coming from KA. Concentrating. The down is concentrating with cooldown. At some point, one of the teams
Reaper
is
getting
gonna
low,
run out of
Reaper into
it.
downstate.
Who's going to be?
I know, full down on KA.
Pushing through. KA is crossing RQM. This is actually really bad for RQM because they don't really have much to do on those crosses.
Very
There's a
damage
down for
coming out
RQM that
here.
is just sitting
Trying to
there
hand res.
eating
Got it.
condies. They manage to res him. It goes up, but KA continues the pressure. This is the kind of situation that RQM has to avoid. KA's taking his fight slowly. They're trying to get some stuff done. Really good pull from RQM.
Firebrand taking a
On this
lot of
fireman
pressure right now,
target.
that target. They're going to trade that's a very fast downstate
Okay,
there.
Donnie.
And now just starting to
RQM
bleed
is starting
support
to lose
here.
people now. I think this is nearing the end of the res utility for RQM as the Druid goes down as well. So that might be 1 res utility less that they might have. There is a K Downey in the back, kind of getting ignored right now by both teams. There's 2 RQM DPS on it, trying to get something
Stumped.
done with it. It was stumped. It was just stumped. Just normally.
Yep, I think
Stumped.
somebody
This is
F
crazy.
stumped it.
Okay, illusion
Ooh,
coming
3
off
just
from
pulled in.
Scourge. Scourge's elude on KA. This is concentrating, constant bleeding.
This is an impressive match so far.
Okay, Elu's gonna pop on the Scourge and he's getting pulled right. This is Elu's going to pop. RQM is
They
pushing
have
into
to
that.
convert this. You
But they
have
can't
to convert
cleave.
this down.
They can't cleave. It's impossible to cleave with all this pressure. But we just kill him right after and downstate penalty claims the Scourge. This is what it's come to. Downstate penalty from both teams.
It's actually
Are they
something
gonna
you
be
have to consider
allowed
at this
to
point.
go
Yeah.
down more often or not with all this res utility? How relevant is it really? RQM is sticking together. We're trying to counter bomb.
Oh, that's spicy.
Totally pay. They totally pay for that attempt at a counter bomb.
That is going to be a
That's
GG.
gonna be GK is taking it. Holy.
You know you have had a good GvG match when somebody dies to downstate penalty.
That was crazy. That was really good spike from the Virtuoso. Really good response. But RQM can't cleave against K. They can't.
Yeah, they're
They
just
have
not letting
holos.
them get
The
in there
holos
and
were
do it.
alive the whole round, but it doesn't work.
Just has so much upfront pressure.
The upfront pressure also comes in the form of condis. Every single weakness, every single chill, everything, including slow, it really messes with your DPS when your cleave is mainly DPS. That's awful. Like, you can't do anything with it against so many scourges, right?
Mm-hmm.
And untamed pressure and so on and so forth. And I think the untames from KA, I mean, untamed in general with the pet has so many ways to apply weakness and poison and all of that, really makes it hard to do anything.
And that's one of the advantages of using Breach too, you know, with these necro-heavy comps, is you have the ability to just put a field down and say it's going to be really hard for you to enter this spot to get to where you need to
Absolutely.
go. You know, it's an offensive utility, but it's a defensive one as well.
Lock in call in RQM chat right now. These people, they came here tonight to win, and they came here to make these fights as long as humanly possible.
It
So
is
that the
lock-in
people on
time.
KA, the Europeans on KA, will not be able to recover from this hit to their sleep schedule.
Yeah, every additional minute this goes on, EU players are at a growing disadvantage. Which is going to be true for some of the NA teams as well. You know, we can get into it after this round actually finishes, but there's a lot of people who actually have both EU and NA alts. And so when you decide to have an EU tournament, quote unquote, it's sometimes difficult to figure out who's in what region. Like if you ask Roy would say that he's an EU player, despite the fact that he lives in NA, because that's just where he spends most of his time.
East Coast time?
Pacific, I think he's in Washington.
Oh, that's right.
Even
Sorry,
worse.
West Coast.
All right, match getting underway here. Fairly clean
Alright.
opener so far, looks like.
AA having the aggression.
One early
Target
downstate,
from
two early
RKM is
downstates getting
whatever
back
they
Two
up.
manage to
PLBs
select.
on the field right now. I think only one of them had it with heat though, because only one field stayed.
It's a pretty bad error if you have fired off your POB without heat, but that is one confirmed kill for RQM.
RKM's target leaves a lot to be desired. It is a Chronos, so it's not the easiest target, and they're not really managing to connect any damage onto it. It's another RKM down. He was in the back. He's going to get rezzed. KA is consistently keeping up that pressure. Now RKM is going to be pushing in. This is where KA responds with a counter spike, getting 2 downies, 3 downies. And that's another converted kill. RQM lost one of the virtuosos and one of the holos. Now the damage is going to look really bad for RQM. But a massive
that's a
pull,
spike!
and then a massive knockback. I have never seen this knockback in my life. And now RKM also gets 2 people pulled in. And will the versatility hit them? No, it will not.
It's really
This is 2
costing them to
converts. So
convert those
despite the fact
downs.
that despite the fact that the pull was so good, it wasn't enough. I don't even know what that knockback was. But now that KA is pushing in, RKM is with 4 people down, and KA still on a massive number advantage. All they need to do is to press W now, and they will indeed do this, converting 2 more kills. Once again, claiming Roy's life. They are aiming for that ANIT.
What in the world was that
now,
downstate punt?
I don't know.
It's a huge knockback.
They don't have any warriors, so it wasn't stomp. I don't know. Can the Guardian hammer hit more than one person?
No.
No, I'm pretty sure it's single target.
Was that a Sank?
I mean,
Sank does not knock you that far.
that would be insane. That would be insane if all the Guardians have hammer and they all just. But I don't think they have hammer.
No, that was one. That was one skill.
Is there anything in bomb kit that punts you that far? I know that NG has access to a lot of pretty big knockbacks. Or launches.
I mean, it could be big old bomb if the Holosmiths are running bomb kit, I guess.
I have heard from noted GvG participant Quesadilla that he heard that one person that he knows has been running bomb kit on Holo. So I guess it's possible. There's anecdotal evidence. But that is RQM and KA lining up. We are going to head over to Bags versus Dead now. Switching over to Quesadilla. This match is getting started at 1:30. Update overlays here quick, but that will be Team America going to finals. This is Bags versus Didn't Even Dodge.
What's the score for them right now?
Currently 2-1 Bags.
All right. Crash going through massive bombs once again from Bags. Okay, respect the attempts. At the res. Ooh, the Bags commander is dying to Condi. This is not a good look.
So hot for him up there,
Right
but
now,
he's staying
Bags are under
committed.
pressure. They're going for that bomb. We're getting those downies. Res utility is quite okay from Dead over there. And now we're going to be pushing and continuously pressuring Bags until Bags gets their opportunity at the new spike. Unfortunately, the commander once again goes down in the front from a big spike from Dead. I'm not entirely certain they'll be able to. If they do, they recover it fully.
And they get a conversion out of that too, and they still have somebody on the ground.
Oh yeah, now this downy spells Doom and Gloom for Dead. This will allow
Oh,
Bags
it's a
to take it
big
to the
spike.
bank with this round. Nice damage coming off. Yet more downies, 7 downies, and GG called. Holy. Rounds against Bag cannot be more volatile. Leave just 2 or 3 catalysts alive and they will get something secured.
Bags is definitely the sleeper group of this tournament.
We called it going in. If anybody was going to surprise people today, it was Bags. I don't think most people thought that they were going to do as well as they are.
They're definitely doing well, and they are also adapting between the rounds. I really like to see it that when they are facing challenges, when they are struggling, they're slightly changing their strategy just with the way that they play, not necessarily with the skills that they use. Although they did start running banner, of which I think we all approve.
Oh, they finally did?
Yeah, I said last round, last series that they had against DC. I think the stomp that I saw, the Super Adventure Bonk
Right.
stomp, it was from a banner, and they were also calling in their squad chat that they were waiting for banner cooldown.
I mean, I am not a great theory crafter, but it seems like such a natural fit for their strategy, where they want to put people on the ground with big upfront damage, and then they want to confirm that as fast as possible to get around groups like RQM that have that good res utility. You know, you precast a banner when you know that your commander's calling a catalyst spike, and there's very little counterplay that you can use to get around that. Kabar says the knockback was Guardian Hammer 4 in that previous round, by the way.
That should be free. That should be free Guardian Hammer 4s then.
I thought it was just a single target.
I'm gonna start playing Guardian Hammer.
It is a single
man.
target.
Sounds...
It is a single target.
So all of them did it at the exact same time?
He must have called it, yeah.
What fucking coordination. That's beautiful.
It's a shame that they couldn't spin that one into a round win, but it was definitely a very cool play.
Well, I mean, if there's ever going to be someone that makes a montage, that's going to be on it.
Mm-hmm.
That was a great play.
That was definitely quite interesting, but Guardian Hammer 4 is the longest range banish in the game, that's for sure. And that was a big one, what we saw there.
Looks like Bag is getting ready to go here. This is Dead staring down elimination here.
All right, first bomba coming out from Bags, actually getting it downy, but not exactly in the spot that they wanted. Pretty good pressure so far, and it doesn't look like Dead are managing to get anything done. Oh, I spoke too soon. Downy comes off, but res utility
Good res utilities, though. Really good res utilities.
Res utility once again coming out. This is very tricky to get those downies when
this is so much pressure.
Knocking down twice. It is a little bit way too much pressure for Bags. Now there's 2 downies. Somehow I doubt that we will recover this, but they get their own downies. They actually do recover this with another spirit res. Now they need to find the angle. Now they need to find the damage. We're going for the Hendrix. This could be really dangerous against a comp like Dead's comp. With the Untames, that's
It's gonna
2
be hard to
kills converted.
recover.
Bags are going to be crumbling here rapidly, and I don't think they have any more
think
resiliency
that's
left for this.
GG.
We'll be Dead going
This
to
was the crumbling
2-3.
point. That is the win con for Dead over there. This is what they need to do to pressure, 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 pressure. Never let them have a good angle to do the catalyst spike, and they managed to.
Switching over to Dead POV, anybody would like to place bets on whether Turbo Tyler is in the stands or in the arena?
I think right now he's being swapped in as you're talking. That's what I think.
No, I was about to do a Mystic Coins bet with
Currently,
Sheff. Damn it,
currently
way to
in the
ruin it.
stands.
Ah,
I can't get this poor streamer in around to save my life, man.
unbelievable.
You know what? He probably has the most frames.
He probably does. I'm so tempted to whisper Striker and be like, let him play.
Just put him in. Let him play.
Miku is streaming for Dead also. So what I was gonna say is I've actually, in an effort to improve quality, and it's worked better than the Tens tournament, but it's still not quite as good as I would like it to be. I'm actually hooking directly into their POV with an application called video.ninja. If I try and capture them off of their Twitch stream, it degrades the quality when I pull it into OBS, and so this is a way to skip one level of capturing in an effort to get better quality. But if you do want to watch high-res footage from Dead's perspective, yeah, you can go watch Miku on Miku's Twitch. I don't immediately have a link for that, Eric, so if you wanted to put it into chat, you're more than welcome to. I should have links on, and if it gets auto-modded, I can just let it through. You can open that tab up, and then you can just leave our commentary running in the background. Or you can mute our commentary entirely. It's totally up to you.
I wouldn't listen to us, if I'm being honest.
I personally love listening to me. I'm one of my favorite topics, but that comes with the territory of being a streamer, I think.
Oh, I hate going back and watching my footage. Being like, God, this commander's so fucking annoying.
All right, let's see what Bags does here with this opener. Again, taking that hard right. Just never going in a
Okay,
straight line
Veil,
off that veil and
sidestep.
collecting downs for it.
Fail incisive. Grab coming in. Awesome.
Oh, strong bomb right in the front. Is that one down converted?
This commander's got some guts, blocking in the front for his entire group, but unfortunately the group didn't have the block there. Those 4 downies that had to be rezzed and 1 full kill converted. This is not looking good for Banks yet again. 2 downies, 1 kill converted. They are not really good at recovering from these situations. It's not very smooth all the time. Now this is the moment where Dead is pressing the advantage. They keep on going and going and going and going and going, and there's a whole party completely destroyed. 4 bags blocking in the front again, but where's the setup for the damage? Where's the kiting? Where is the movement? Where is the slickness that we saw from Banks earlier setting up those spikes? It's not there, and thus they're paying the price. Now when that is pushing, this is going to be over. They're going for this Hendrix, but it's total debate. They cannot win off of this, and I believe soon enough it will fully crumble.
I think this is GG right here.
This is going to be our
They had
first
GG,
elimination round for both teams.
Is this round 7 we're going into?
We are going to R7
round 7.
Holy
in a
shit.
VO7.
It is round 7. This is really tragic to see because I think Bags played better versus some of the teams that they lost to compared to Dead, which is technically the team that they are about to win to. Well, they used to.
Maybe.
Now it's match point, so it's 50-50. So I don't really know what to say because I felt like the movement was better and the spacing was better against Evo, against KA, against RQM. They really showed us that they can do those moves and set up their own spikes. And here it just felt like they felt like they had to force the spike. They pushed for 1 spike. It wasn't so successful. They had like 1 downy, okay. But then they just kept going in and in and in and in. And their comp, when it's permanently in against Scourges, Reapers, and Untames, think they just crumble. I think this is not where they like to be.
I think they're playing a really high variant strategy. You know, they're front loading everything into that catalyst spike. They have limited ability to cleave afterwards, so they really need things to go right on their end, more so than some of the other teams that we've seen, in order to get that to connect. And I think if they don't get a good look from Dead, you know, if Dead is able to dodge well and one of those catalyst spikes whiffs, it puts them at a really natural disadvantage. There's like, yeah, the cata spike is unblockable, so you can't mitigate it through ages, but you can mitigate it through really good res game, being able to get those people back up with Druid, Spirit, IOL, etc. And you can mitigate it from anticipating and dodging that spike, because even though it's coming out of Veil, it's still a little telegraphed, and there's some things that you can notice.
Yeah, I agree. I just felt like they did those spikes better and their own positioning better.
Oh, this is the bizarre reverse Veil from Bags here. Has he done enough to keep them off balance on that engage?
Oh, what a spike. 2 downs. All 3 of those got right back up.
All right, there's more pressure coming off from Dead. This time, I think the Bags are angling themselves a little bit better here, but there's 2 downies that they need to deal with, 3 downs that they need to deal with. And this is kind of like the beginning of the crumbling point, but there's multiple downies for
Can
Dead,
you
which
claim
they
that
might
Scourge,
be able
though?
to convert. Please give me that banner. Drop that banner right now.
I can hear those comms screaming, wanting banner.
I think Battle of Standard wasn't dropped. Banner of Tactics was dropped. I don't know why. Right now,
Oh, that's a big
Bags is
spike.
actually kind of on the advantage with all their team up and 1 kill for sure on that side.
Oh,
Massive
6
bomb coming out
downs.
there.
Holy shit.
They're pushing it.
With the
They're
hammer
knocking it
spike.
away. This is how they secure this win. They know it. Dead know it. And they take the round with just like that. Just 1 second of complacency. 1 second of not being
Holy
ready. Not
shit.
being sure of where that spike comes from. And it's over.
The Sleeper
We still-
Guild comes back.
We still didn't see that banner. We still didn't see that banner, but it's okay. It's fine. You don't
Didn't
always need
need
to
it.
have it.
So that is
For
Bags.
the warrior who will inevitably watch this VOD, do understand we were waiting for that banner.
That is Bags
Tomorrow we will
advancing
not be waiting for that banner.
4-3 over Dead.
I wonder how their earlier rounds could have gone if they had used banner instead of bubble.
Currently, they are winning out in losers bracket, so if they can get over RQM, it does not matter. All they need to do right now is win. The fate of the losers bracket is in their hands.
It does still matter a little bit because they need to. I think they need to adapt to this banner strategy, because if they have it and they can manage to, for example, get a strong spike against KA and secure the downies, or against RQM, then they'll be in a good spot. But if the warrior is not entirely sure and the warrior was just told run banner, and the warrior doesn't know exactly when or isn't entirely in sync with when the catalyst is spiking, with how fast the reses come out of RQM, it's not really going to be enough. And this might be the edge that they need. Because
Yeah, I don't know how long Bags has been practicing this comp. I think it's relatively recently they swapped to it. So I don't know if this warrior is attuned to when those downs are going to be made while they're spiking, to where he can time that banner perfect. Because there's nothing more embarrassing than dropping the banner too early and then seeing 4 invulns
Oh, it
on
hurts
top of the
so
downs.
bad. It hurts so
Yes.
bad.
Oh,
One of the worst
Every
feelings
time.
in the world is lining up a banner and just going a half second too early and hitting downstate invulns.
it is quite important to time, but I believe that if they do pay attention to it, it will work out quite well in their strategy. But it does seem like they have a stomp now on the warrior, which is
like the skill
interesting.
stomp.
Yeah, they did stomp the downies away that one round, right?
I saw them use Guardian Hammer 4.
You think it's the Guardian Hammer?
No,
Okay,
so
I thought that was a Guardian
RQM
Hammer.
was Guard Hammer 4, according
RQM,
to
yes,
Kabar.
but right now with Bags.
Oh, I don't know what Bags'
I
warrior's
think-
doing, but they're going to have to look out for the punt of the century.
I believe it is. I believe it was the stomp because it was multiple downies once again flying, but not like too far. Um, and they do have the support warrior, so it makes sense to put it on them. But the support warrior, it's good to have it. I think it's a really strong skill, the stomp
I'm,
skill.
I'm a
But
strong
that means that
proponent
the
of Stomp.
warrior.
It's a stun break on a 15-second cooldown,
So
15 or 20.
Kabar says, old topic, but he swapped a guard to check hammer fork and hit 3 targets. And we definitely saw like 3 people get, banished into oblivion there.
Heated.
So that's definitely what that skill was.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. Think.
Getting underway here shortly, though, with RQM versus Stop Farming Me. Thanks. I swear I tested this overlay. May not be able to tell.
It looks good from my end.
That's mostly just when I'm swapping between scenes. Team names are moving around in ways that I don't want them to. But I can work on that for next time. Which, speaking of, I need to touch base with Mies here after this tournament. But I believe that there is going to be an EU 15s tournament late in June. We are currently having some discussions with the EU guild leaders who would be interested in doing that, about scheduling around the upcoming balance patch in particular. But if you are interested in getting into these more, competitive world versus world fights, things like that, and you are in the EU region, wondering when you can have a tournament like this, the answer is very soon. Within a month. It sounds like the EU 15 scene over there has been thriving lately, and they want to get a tournament in before everybody decides to go on summer vacation.
I believe NA has a TENS tournament coming up, either late June or July.
Do you know if Leon has actually set a time for that? I know that he's been talking to me off and on because I got to start thinking about prize support for doing that thing. I don't know if he gave me a specific date yet.
No, he just said, I looked to check my DMs. He said it's in July, first or third weekend.
Timer 4 minutes for this. RQM versus Bags. This is losers semifinals. Winner of these rounds will be going on to finals to play KA.
All right, I'm back.
This is a nice little repeat. RQM versus Bags, but Bags is nicely warmed up. Seems like Bag missed their spike. Yeah, I believe they completely whiffed that first bomb.
RQM is pushing in and applying big pressure on Bags. They're looking very, very solid, very, very confident right now. There is a Bags downy right there. RQM just kind of finishes off. The spike from Bags does hit, managing to get a couple of RQM people downstate, but no full conversions. RQM is taking this one quite slowly, taking their time to pick up targets, push towards them, and slowly moving in. There is the punt coming off from the guarding hammer. No follow-up. It was a very weird banish, and now the spike from Bags is going to pressure RQM. Good spirit res. No, one full conversion for Bags. Multiple downies for Bags, though. This might be the point where they're crumbling. Prime Light Beam's coming up.
There's a ton of damage going out right now.
Many downies for Bags. Let us push it in. And this is where Bags collapse. Okay.
RQM really physically pushing Bags around the arena. You know, when RQM would W key forward, they were just moving that group around at will with Bags trying to stay out of the way of that damage. Switch over to Bags POV here. We'll alternate between these two.
I feel like RQM took their time to reflect on what happened. And now they feel a little bit more confident facing this, knowing what they're going to meet. They still went down. There were downies. Maybe they're even accepting that there will be downies because they have so much res utility. But he looks very confident, just kind of letting some of the bags down his stay, focusing on their targets and getting their objective, getting their game plan with. And
Worth
I think
noting,
that's
by the
going to be
way,
the
that
deciding factor here.
the score for RQM bags in round 2 was RQM 4 bags 2, which is the closest that anybody has played RQM so far except for KA. So this is a rematch that could go either way.
It could, yes. Bags is quite volatile. We discussed it earlier. Sometimes people grow wise to their tricks, and then the rounds don't seem to be going that well for Bags anymore.
Bags does not allow players to make mistakes. If you missed your dodge, you missed your res. It's not going to work out well for your group.
I feel like if I was a GvG commander, I would also not allow my players to make mistakes. I think that's probably like one of the first things that I would cover.
I actually think this is a really bad GvG commander trait.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, making
Well, it
mistakes
depends.
is normal.
During the tourney, you don't want them to make mistakes.
Yeah, I'm saying during the tourney. During the tourney.
Ah, well. Well, during the tourney, everything's different.
You make one mistake, that's it. Kick from squad, kick from guild, lock.
Yeah.
One
Quickly
friend
find
out.
a player, recruit, sign them into a tourney.
Recruit replacement immediately from the stands. Just point at someone.
Yeah. Just have like a whole like Skaven guild.
All right, getting underway here for round 2.
That cross here. Oh, it went sideways,
Bags
but
going in with the spike.
it kind of didn't cross their veil.
Yeah.
I don't think they got anything.
RQM. Ooh,
RQM with
pretty
big pressure.
spike from Bags.
Bags spreading out.
Target's going down. There's a misted catalyst. It's gonna get cleaned
One
up.
Bag's
Full
down.
conversion.
Not able to recover that.
Another Bag's fully
RQM
down.
pushing them around. Target on that firebrand from Bags. Quick spikes from the Virtuosos, and this is going to be another full conversion. Super clean gameplay right now from RQM as we're picking up yet another target. Going to chase it down to the ends of the earth. Yep. It doesn't look like Bags has the response when RQM is so aggressive and so fast in picking up those targets. We're going to go for one more spike, generating one down against RQM. Actually, full kill. That was one of the Virtuosos. But there's another Bags Downy and 2 more. And they're going to get cleaved wide open. They lost too many people. That spike was good, but it was a little bit too little, too late.
Every time they're going for those downs, they're generating downs. You can see the cata spike connecting, but every time they try and go for it, they're getting counter pressured. RQM is saying, okay, you're going to die for this down. That's fine. We're going to counter spike so that you can't be where you want to be right now. And I think I think they're having a hard time kind of managing that right now of how do you get aggressive when RQM just has some really good punish.
It's definitely a weakness in the Bags comp, putting all of your eggs in that catalyst basket.
Yeah, both a strength and a weakness for them. Because we've seen a couple of clips in this fight, very, very clippable moments in this tournament, where that bag spike goes off and the enemy squad just explodes. You have 4, 5, 6 down states immediately. And against good teams, too. They've done it against RQM. They've done it against KA. But if you can't get that spike to connect...
It becomes very, very difficult when they only get 1 kill. They need to get multiple downies at the same time and then secure them. This is like a multi-step process. Because against RQM, they're really not missing those resutils.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if they're not getting 4 and 5 downs per spike, it's almost moot at this point.
I think one of the biggest things that Bags need to be looking for is why are the spikes not working right now? I think every time that they're turning and they're pushing into RQM with their spike, RQM is expecting it. The very first one, RQM is expecting. And it's a place where if RQM fails in the very first one, it's going to be that deadly, but that's why they're so aware. If they manage to get some weird angles, some less expected angles, because if they always move to the side and then push in with the big spike, it becomes predictable. it becomes easy for the commander to be like, oh, we're pushing it now. Okay, I dodge him and I spike. And it's that easy. And RQM, Ververts, very self-sufficient. They're going to spike on their own. You don't need to tell them anything.
Yeah.
So that makes it that much easier for the RQM leader to just focus on the movement.
Timer 1:30 here. Send it for round number 3, watching from Steel Rage's perspective in RQM, playing Virtuoso. One of the things I want to see in this match is if RQM still has the pull game that we've seen from some of those previous rounds.
Okay, target self for RQM. I think the spike from bags already happened. Maybe not in full force, but there was an attempt, I believe.
I just think it was missed. I think these players may have figured it out.
Yes, indeed. There was one downy from bags, the druid that also got elude. RKM is just aggressively pushing the bags. Bags are counter spiking. There is one downy. 2 downies now for RQM,
RQM's
but
starting to
I don't
take
think
pressure
RQM.
here. But there's that res
They are
utility that we've
indeed
seen all
taking
tournament.
pressure. Yeah, the res utility is super consistent here. Miss coming through the backs, and this is probably going to be the first skill secured actually for RQM. Getting counter pushed by bags. Here comes the kata spike. It was pretty strong, but a little bit miscoordinated. It was like one kata pushing one time, one kata pushing another time. One down from bags, getting cleaved right on top of RQM. This one's dead. New target immediately selected. It then immediately gets stealthed. Reselected. Here we go again. Very pushing them around. This kata is gonna go under super
Really aggressive
pressure over here from
Virtuoso play here,
RQM.
just getting inside of them.
They just keep going and going and going, even though eventually these katas are going to crumble from those range spikes. And I think now this is where put the bags right back where they belong, in the bags.
RQM going up 3-0.
3-0 is one more round potentially for RQM to take here if bags don't find a way to make those spikes connect and make the difference.
These are two teams that have run across each other before, so it could be that, you know, RQM just has a lot of experience fighting against this Bags comp right now. Met previously in round 2.
I was about to say, isn't this their third time fighting today?
This is their second time. They were in separate groups in the group stage, but this is their second time battling. Steel Rage taking time to change fashion, very important.
Absolutely.
And
to show the whole stream.
Right, exactly. It's a nice looking spear skin. I wonder what spear that is. That Klobjarn gear or whatever? Yeah, we'll find out later. Let's go watch the next one from Quesadillas POV. I don't like I haven't even played Janthir Wilds yet. I'll admit it. Just been too busy in World versus World. They'll probably get around to it. It looks like a really nice expansion pack. People have been saying nice things about it, but I unlocked my land spear from the Heroics Notary.
Yep.
And off I went.
I did the same thing.
Only homestead I need is our Mistus Bastion. Timer 3-0-0 here for potential Elim round for bags, but we have seen them claw their way back from these before. See if they can do it again this time.
It's gonna come down to the wire here. Yet another cross comes in, but this time RQM is gonna get the target.
A really aggressive veil.
I think that veil was late.
Ooh, that was bad timing for this kata to push into spike, forced to miss away, and now another spike will be lined up as this kata is in down state. We do manage to res it right back up and stealth it. Good target reset coming up from bags. Really, really good. But
so deep.
RQM is getting
at
a really big spike here.
He's
One
so
kill
aggressive
for bags,
in there.
actually. Bags managed to secure 1 kill.
I cannot believe K is not dead. He was at like 2,000 health there for a while. 0 defensive utilities whatsoever, dodging for his life just to stay alive. And he's going in again.
Oh, massive bomb from Bags at the back of RQM. They do not pay attention. That's 2 kills confirmed. RQM is now down 3 players.
And K has Gravwell
Gonna go
soon
down.
here.
That's one Virtuoso dead as well. Target selected on this Catalyst. Now this Virtuoso spike alone. A massive lineup spike from Bags. This is exactly what they wanted. This is exactly what they wanted to see.
They were looking for.
Really good.
I feel like we have seen this match before.
We have seen this match before. We have seen this recovery before. Are we going to see a different outcome this time, though? Because there are still 3 matches to go, or 3 rounds to go.
This is very, very tough. This is very, very tough to expect because these spikes are really difficult. But I'm gonna say, Bags did not have the best opener.
They didn't.
No, that Veil was very late.
The Veil was late. Their kata got immediately revealed, immediately downstay, but the response was good. All the katas immediately missed away. Then when they missed away, they come to stack, and their spirit is already waiting for them so that they can get rezzed. Everything is quite well planned out, and then the target reset. I mean, with 4 druids, the target reset is bound to be good as long as you are not revealed as the target. So all is good in the hood, but the question is, can they pull this off 3 more times in the same fashion? Because RQM, they have the consistent pressure from the Virtuosos, plus their strong spike combos with Spear. Bags, they only have the one thing, this massive kata spike. Back off kata spike, back off kata spike. Every single time. They need to do it when they're not under pressure.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is the biggest weakness of their comp, is that there is nothing else that really creates that space for them outside of their Scourges. But I think those are not enough.
And there is still some choice that they have for when to deploy that, you know, like if you think they're going to be late on dodges because you just had a cross and you know they're going to be low on endurance. If you know that they don't have res utility available, if you see that there's a gap in their protection uptime or something like that to get more damage application.
Yes, indeed.
There's decisions that Bags can make for when they pull the trigger on their kata gun.
All right. It is going to be 15 seconds.
Oh, the swiftness dropping down.
Okay, classic cross coming in. Bags coming off to the side. Pushing back in, right into RQM. RQM
Here comes the spike.
completely dodging the spike.
CS Grav getting down.
Not. No, we didn't. One Virtuoso fully dead and converted for RQM. Plus the leader. Multiple downies all over the place. This is becoming a little bit sketchy. Nightfalls and breaches came out from RQM. Immediate counter pressure, but they're already down to 1 Virtuosos. This is not what they want to see. This is kind
Bags
of what they're
diving right back
on.
in.
Massive bomba from all these catalysts, but also for RQM against Bags. They're trading blow for blow. Kata target is pushing in. This is gonna spell doom and gloom over here. Is missed in the way, but is there gonna be a res waiting for him as he's coming back, or is it gonna be hand res? It is going to be hand res. It's not enough. That's a kata down, and the spike is coming in. Really big bomb over here from Bags. Are we gonna be able to secure it though?
No
res coming yet, but no cleave either. Okay, free full dead for RQM. This is looking actually kind of bad for RQM. Their comp doesn't like it when you don't have the Virtuosos.
And especially when they got that druid kill secured, you know, that's one more spirit down.
That's one more spirit down if it wasn't used earlier as well, yeah.
Bags with the big pressure right now. 3 downs RQM, that's GG.
That's so much pressure. That is GG.
That's massive. That's massive.
Oh,
Bags are
doing it again.
Back.
This is the same book.
If I am Bags' cardiologist, man, I am not having a good day. Just putting themselves into these situations where they have to play out of their minds just to survive and then doing it. If you're RQM or Bags, you cannot afford to make any mistakes right now. RQM wants to close this out as fast as possible so they do not have to deal with these spikes anymore, and Bags needs to close this out so that they have a chance to see in the finals. It's worth noting as well.
Hear me out.
I believe that Bags and RQM are the only two groups that have taken rounds off of KA. So
what if RQM's strategy was to stall this match so that the EU players are up even later?
Oh, you think they're icing out? You think they're playing with fire like that?
What if?
It's possible. These are kind of long timers now that you mention it. You think they're engaging in a bit of like icing the kicker here?
Impossible. It's not entirely impossible.
I don't want to be the first one to be a conspiracy theorist, but
now somebody in chat did say earlier, let's go find out who this is. Somebody said that Roy is intentionally asking Quesadilla to throw. So
I said that's the word on the streets.
yeah, word on the street is that Roy paid off Quesadilla to throw their match.
50 seconds for next round. The previous years was also really tight. Bags against Dead. Bags is really like, they love to make those long ass series where they're going back and forth with their opponent, but now they have to press pedal to the metal right now. Target directly for RQM. Really good dodge, very good movement for the Catalyst. Now the bomb is gonna come out.
Yep, there's the Catalyst.
From the Catalyst.
There it is. They only got one.
They got another down right now. The damage is not stopping right now. Bags are applying more pressure. That Kata was a little bit low. I would not be surprised if they went down and they got rezzed.
Pressure on Bags side now here too.
RKM is catching them. Indeed, there are some downs from Bags.
You have to get those res utilities off, and they did. But K has almost no defensive utility left here for this downstate. He's entirely dependent on his supports now.
Oh yeah, Chrono does tend to run out of those cooldowns fast if things go.
He had nothing. He had no Distort, no Shield 5, no Sword 2.
Target on the Catalyst from RQM. Really good spike, but there's going to be a counter spike as well from Bags. We kind of knocked them away, and that's not really good.
You can feel the stab gap here.
That was a bad knock away. Oh, that down sat on the ground for way too long.
Okay, RQM is losing people in the front. Actually, kills converted for Bags. 2 kills converted for Bags.
One of them a hollow.
One of them a hollow, one of them a druid. All are crucial for this composition to work. Yet another kill confirmed. RQM res utility is maybe running out.
Starting to run out of cooldowns here, I'd imagine, if you're them.
Okay, miss for this Kata. This Kata must be saved. Otherwise, they might not have enough damage.
They don't, and they're going to lose more people for it, too.
And there's going to be another firebrand down.
Oh, this is really scary now.
They have to bring it back.
Firebrand down.
One big spike and one big batter. Come on, warrior player. I believe in you. Going in now. Multiple downs for RQM, but the res utility was...
They're finding those reses from somewhere. I don't know where they're coming from at this point, but they're getting people off the ground.
Isolated. The Skata forced to miss. That means now the spike is going to come back. Good re-stealth.
Okay, going down himself. They have to have almost no support at this point.
That's another druid that they're going to lose. That's
Chrono
another
down.
Chrono that they're going to lose. That's another Kata that his downside is missing towards him. Now RQM is going to line up everything on this.
Yeah, you have to go now if you're RQM. You
can't
they're
standing
let that
up.
get up.
This is very unfortunate.
That's going to be GG.
Yeah, that is going to look tragic. Like GG there.
Calm down, pack them up, fold them in, and back in the bag they go.
As close as anyone could have played it, but that is going to be RQM advancing to 4-2 again over Bags to advance to the grand finals round.
Good job. Great stuff from Bags. Probably the most fun comp and team to watch so far.
All right, let's configure a couple overlays here as we move into our grand finals round. If you are a viewer and you haven't gotten out of your chair, you should probably take a minute to stretch, maybe grab a water. I don't think that these rounds are going to be starting immediately. You have a little bit of time to practice some self-care. And then we are going to hop back into this for the... Oh, wait, hold on. I swear, not scripted. Bags had a DC. Too late in round. Can't restart.
Too late, you know?
Unfortunate. So,
That's quite unfortunate.
if you are not familiar with the GvG rules, these are rules that have been written in blood over the course of tournament organization in Zaishen and in GvGs in general. One of the rules is that if you have a DC in your round, and the DC happens either before 1 minute has passed or before the first player in your squad has died, you can restart that round. But it sounds like that DC came too late after other players had been in downstate and fully converted. And so that is not something that can be restarted because you don't want people pulling Ethernet cords or faking a disconnect to try and get a match redo after something has not gone their way. That is going to be final score RQM4 Bags 2 on now to finals bracket. Looks like RQM is lining up on red side once again, since they took red previously. And then we will set up Team America over here on the right. Wowie, as our resident EU expert, what time is it over there, and how are you feeling about KA's chances this late in the day for you?
So, KA's roster of EU players probably consists mostly of French players, which means that the time is the same as for me right now. It's 2:42. I think this is what we used to call acceptable gamer hours. You know?
Acceptable gamer hours.
Acceptable gamer hours. This is where you reach acceptable gamer hours, and then when we go to like 4 a.m., that's like DGen gamer hours, I would say, quite confidently. So I think the KA players have let go of their stress of let's get over with this tourney quickly, and are now accepting okay, this tourney is gonna go on for a while. Let's play it. When it's gonna go to 4 a.m., this might be breaking point. So I don't think they can do it, but if RQM can stretch this until 4 a.m., they will have the mental advantage. But it's most definitely not gonna happen.
KAPOG
To end the
is
debate
looking a little
this is
better.
not the match to end the debate of is EU better than NA. I don't think so. But I would actually prefer to see RQM win here because I think EU coming to an A to like win an A tourneys, not exactly my jazz, but of course, as long as the rules allow it, then it's all good. I would like to see an A showing up here on their own turf. That would be nice to see here.
Yeah, so let's cover that quick as people get set up, because this is supposed to be an NA tournament, and we have a group of EU players here. We're going to switch over to RQM's perspective here. KA's broadcaster is going to be sitting out. The rules for the NA tournament are that the majority of your roster must be from NA. The idea is that for an NA tournament, we want NA players participating, but there's also a lot of enthusiasm and interest in the competitive GvG scene, especially for a scene that's going to be giving out, the Community Warlord title. So in this case, we said as long as the majority of your roster is NA players, then you're an NA team. And in this case, what we're calling KA, is Mises Guild, but he has an NA contingent in that group. He has players from Team America for SPVP, and he also has a handful of roster players and skilled GvG players that are coming from NA as well. I think his EU contingent, like his core NA players, is really only something like 8 or 9 in that squad. So it is an NA team in terms of regions, but I think Mies would definitely identify as an EU player if you asked him directly.
He is 100% a EU player. I do see quite a few NA names in his team and quite some EU players on this team. I think it's very hard. It's very hard when it comes to you asking, is this an EU player? Is this an NA player? It becomes very, very sketchy, right? It's like, yeah, technically, yes, technically, no. You cannot entirely region lock this, and I wouldn't want to see it that way. But I think there's definitely a pretext of like oh, this is an EU team because, as you said, yes,
And
these
you have a
just
lot
as
of people
much,
who are
if not more,
legitimately
on EU.
cross-region players, you know, who will have an
Yeah,
account
yeah,
on
for
EU and an
sure.
account on NA because they're just hungry for the competition.
This is a tricky one to deal with because I remember it was brought up to vote with all the guild leaders, and of course none of the guild leaders are going to say we don't want the EU players to play, because if we say we don't want them to play, then we're scared of the EU players. We think they might win, and that's why we don't want them to play. It was a delicate
Yeah.
situation. Not a single guild leader said no, they can't play.
We did have some people share some concerns privately. I did say in that poll, like full disclaimer, I made the poll. If you want to talk about this before your vote, you know, hit me up in DMs if you want to share something privately. But over the course of like the next year or two, we're going to be working on rolling out some different kind of rules that hopefully make these tournaments a bit more equitable. Let us run region tournaments if we want to, but also let us run world tournaments if we want to. I also know there's a ton of pressure around, oh, they're giving the title out. You know, we have to compete for the title. We have already given the title out twice. Hold on. We've already given the title out twice for a pair of 5-man tournaments earlier. We'll be giving the title out for this. We'll be giving the title out for the EU tournament in June. To the best of my ability, I will be giving the title out for every tournament that I have a role in hosting, because I think the scarcity of that title has really kind of hurt the competitive community, because it incentivizes people to just burn themselves out for the sake of like your one shot a year, or sometimes even 2 years to get your hands on that title in the first place. So one of the things that I think we're going to be exploring in Zaishen and through these other tournament organizations is, you know, let's give the title out more often so that people don't feel like they have to run their groups into the ground in order to get their hands on it. And we have more of a regular way of kind of giving it out and sponsoring these community organizations. Because we'd like the focus to be on, you know, are players having fun? Are the matches interesting? Are people innovating their comps? And not necessarily, is this the only shot I'm ever going to have in my life of getting this title?
I mean, the last big tournament that happened was a couple years ago, and after it, all of GvG just died for about a year because everyone was so burnt out.
Yeah, and you know, I think that's something that from the player perspective, we really just want to avoid, because you don't want to have everything build up for this giant tournament and then have everybody die off for the next 6 months. You want to do it in a way that's a bit more sustainable. You know, you're on for a month, you take a break for a month, you start planning for the next tournament for a month, you're on for a month, etc.
Yeah, I think if you're talking about the big Guild MM tournament I have on both NA and EU, that was one of the biggest ones in the last like 5 years for sure. There was 24 guilds from EU alone, and then there was also a big chunk from NA as well. I don't remember exactly how much.
Yeah, that was a
It
massive
was
tournament.
quite a bit less. Yeah, it was a gigantic tournament spanning over multiple weeks, and that was quite a big burnout. And that one didn't even have a title. That one just didn't have it. Like, it was one of the biggest. Like, the win was not even just an EU win. They ended up having a cross region match as well, and there wasn't even a title. So yeah, I think for the most part, I think it's very good. There's more opportunities to claim the community warlord title, because it is what it is, right?
Yeah,
It's a community warlord title.
there's
It's
a
not
lot
like
of prestige around it.
champion of everything GvG title, but it is a very prestigious title. It's, as you said, has been handed out only a couple of times so far.
I do hope there's more opportunities for players to get that title.
There should be. I have some things that I'm working on my end. For people who are just viewing, by the way, and have maybe never come across my channel before, hi, my name is Sheff. I'm going to kick this up to EotM wide angle so we can see faces, because I don't think they're quite ready yet. Hi, my name is Sheff. I'm a World versus World main and ArenaNet partner. I handle, through being a partner, the prize coordination for World versus World tournaments, other World versus World community activities. I make guide videos on World versus World. I stream World versus World, obviously, like tonight. And yeah, you know, I'm working on getting more involved in these kind of community organizations because the community is really what binds a lot of World versus World together. And we want them to be able to compete for things, you know, healthy ways that show off who is who's skilled and who's kind of at the top of their game for any given period of time. So let's kick back down to RQM. It looks like fire fields are going off here. Rounds getting ready. This is finals round. RQM versus Team America. Winner take all, best of 9.
Okay. Crossing in, RQM, insta turn, Ka, immediate pressure. RQM, one downy already. Pulls coming up from Ka, and Ka's going to be looking to consistently push onto RQM over here. Target selected for RQM is going to be the Reaper. Pulls coming up from Ka again. More and more pressure in the front. The Reaper's jumping in. Big mistake. RQM is going to try to get it, but no, there's instead a kill from Ka. They killed one of the Virtuosos. This spells doom on RQM's whole strategy right now. Reaper's going to be pushing again. Still target. There's 2 kills already confirmed for Ka against RQM. This Reaper is going to go up. And now, with this Reaper's elude, RQM is going to try to push and maybe secure this kill. But Ka's protecting their players very, very well. Reaper's pushing up to the back. And we have multiple downies on RQM's side. The res utility is not really happening here. 4 full deaths on RQM's side. Surely we can reset this. Surely we can. No! They call it. It's GG. Round 1 goes to cut.
KA is definitely going to be focusing those verts because they know that's their whole spike.
This was really rough to watch. This was really, really rough to watch. Despite the fact that RQM has the single target comp. This is very dead. This is what they're playing. The single target comp with the Virtuosos, with the Holosmith for Cleave. It looked like KA had better single target singling out and better Cleave. And RQM, the res utility, it didn't really go through. Something was wrong there. Maybe the druids were CC'd, maybe there was too much pressure on the stack. It's hard to say, but it didn't work out.
That is KA going to 1-0.
Now this is 9, right? Best of 9?
This is BO9. We are not doing a bracket reset. I had some concerns in planning the tournament originally that we might run a little long if there were potential disruptions. We've actually run much faster than I thought, but I don't want to change the format day of. So this is going to be a winner take all best of 9 bracket.
Okay. There's a lot of pressure right now on the RQM. This is not the kind of first round that they want to see. They want to get this win. They want to grab it and take it on. But if they give this round momentum to KA, it's going to be really hard to take back. Don't want to be fighting for their lives every single round.
Mm-hmm.
Five seconds till next round. Okay, great target select from RQM immediately off the veil, but no spike connected yet. Once again on a Reaper. K is pushing in, pressuring onto RQM. Resetting target. Target select on Firebrand. Connie Firebrand, very good target. K is pushing in, super aggro into RQM. RQM is responding kind of with another counter bomb. They're kind of sitting on top of each other in the spike right now. Leader goes down. Dodging off to the side. One of the druids is down from RQM. Might have been hard to res because they might have been the first one in order. 2 downies from K immediately getting res. Now the fight is looking a little bit more even.
Not really any kind of pressure coming in on KA side. Oh, a couple people
really
getting low. Maybe I spoke too soon.
Getting that Firebrand. The cleave
actually a conversion.
First conversion.
for RQM. They keep on pressuring. They have a new target select. K is pushing. RQM respects. We're moving away. But we also leave a downy. That's one of the fire. That's one of
Are
the
they going to be
firemen's
able to
gone.
recover that?
Keep on pressuring in the front. There's 2 more downies for RQM. Is the res utility going to be enough? No.
And it feels like their support is really starting to buckle here.
I think there was only one spirit which didn't manage to hit both targets. But single target is not really connecting right now.
GS5's
We're pushing
going
the
off, it
pressure,
looks
but
like.
every single push with RQM does where we don't generate a downy is a push where Kai is going to be able to apply more pressure. Another downy for RQM. 2 downies now. Crumbling slowly. RQM doesn't have any more res utility left.
No, they
Force
have
to
to be
handle
running on
it's pretty
fumes
much
at
a
this
whole
point.
party. Pretty much a whole party down. One of their holes is just going to die off on the side from Condi. RQM is definitely crumbling to the car composition right now. It's once again a slow win building up little by little for Ka. There's no more semblance of still good target in RQM. No one is picking up a
And that's
target.
GG.
And that is going to be where everything falls apart.
This is looking very, very dire for RQM right now. They can't find their footing. It looked very stable, and then slowly, little by little, their cooldowns are just running out and they can't match KA anymore. KA is the group of the toppest PvP players, I think.
Yeah, I
RQM
believe that KA has a couple of the
has two?
SPVP guys playing with them as well. Hey, the
Definitely see
competitive
some gizmos
scene,
there, that's for sure.
the competitive scene in EU and NA has just been really hot lately. There's a lot of people between Leon's 5v5 10v10 tournaments that he's planning, NA 20s, EU 15s coming up next month. There's just a lot of competitive interest in World versus World right now, and I think that anytime a tournament comes around, people are like, yeah, let's play in that. Let's do it. Let's go get some reps in. And it's worth noting that each of the 6 teams that have played today had 24 players on their roster. So it's 130, 144, I suppose, people who competed in this tournament today. That's a lot of people.
4-0-0, our time is confirmed. 2-0 for Ka so far. What does RQM have to do to win this?
They need to find a way to apply more pressure to KA, because I think KA is just winning the long game right now. They have a good support core. They have good damage cleave. If they can just get on top of RQM and keep pressuring, it's difficult for RQM to recover. So RQM needs to find a way that they can punch early and they can get Ka on the back foot so that they can actually start to execute on some of those downstates and get those conversions. It's so hard to win a GvG match when you're fighting from the back foot, when you're just trying to survive.
Target select, crossing through. Let's see what RQM is going to be aiming for, but there's already 2 downies from RQM. Resitil is not enough. They're going to lose their Virtuoso. They're going to lose Steel right off the bat.
It's going to be
This
tough
is
to make it
not
back
good.
from.
It's a huge loss.
They're dying up in the front. They're giving up ground. They're giving up ground to Ka. Ka is pushing a little bit deeper. They're pushing them away. And now RQM needs to move away. Maybe select something new. Resitil is going to be good for Ka. For their 1 downy there. We're pushing up in the front, letting their leader die. Resitility is good once again. We're moving it back a little bit. Now the resitility is picking up, but there's more and more downies for RQM. I don't think we have any more residual for this. We still do. No, the spirit went on. I'm indeed wrong. And now there's a couple of downies from Ka. Are they able to secure it? This is an Ilu. Maybe they'll be able to play off of this. Resitility remains strong with RQM. There's an Ilu somewhere in the Ka stack, and Ka is actually kind of eating the damage here right now. Whoever is Ilu just popped at the back of Ka, but RQM is not able to capitalize on that, and there were multiple Nightfalls there as well to punish them, so it's good that they didn't. Nightfall's coming off from RQM, but Ka is pressuring in. That's another kill conversion. Ka is slowly taking their ground here. Consistent pressure in the front. No.
It's
At
gonna
some
be
point,
GG.
when this Virtuoso dies at the start like this for completely free, RQM loses their edge.
And that's definitely KA's game plan. They want to take out that at least one virtuoso. That's half of their spike gone.
Yeah, just able to handicap early. And if you even take one virtuoso out of the equation, you've got so much less damage coming in. You've got so much pressure off your own squad. You're just making your life easier to make that little one early conversion. And then you've got so much less to worry about the longer the fight goes on. And we're just seeing that favor KA here.
Yeah, that was really, really bad. Although I have to say that in the middle of the round, despite lacking the Virtuoso, RQM showed some resistance. I'm wondering if they have more capability to counter spike KA than they think, because they keep pushing and pushing and pushing. But KA has Conti Firebrands with AoEs that they can place around them, and Scourges that can place breaches and Nightfalls and all of that good stuff. And they have that in droves.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it would be better for them to wait until the card decides to push and punish instead from time to time, utilizing also the fact that they have Dragon Hunter lead. And with all due respect, Dragon Hunter lead can push, but I think you prefer to get pushed almost. Is there a prize for this tourney? Someone is asking. Yes, I believe there's a
1,200
big
gems
prize for
per
this
player
tourney.
for first, and community warlord title, and I think there's a community chest in there as well. I'd need to double check. And then second place is getting 800 gems per player.
What's in a community chest?
It's like a bunch of skins that are hard to get or like impossible to get otherwise. It's listed on the wiki, I believe. What about you, community chest? I think the first also comes with permanent Best of Champions rest. The PvP winner instance.
All right. Yeah, I think if you go to PvP thing and you go to, what is the MAT called again? Cormier's Clash, you can preview the community chest, I think. No, I'm wrong. I don't see it here. Never mind. I'm wrong. 430 is confirmed. Per player for the whole roster, right? Not even for 20.
Whole roster. Well, everybody on the roster must play at least one round.
Yeah.
So if you haven't played in any of these rounds, and we'll be checking ARC DPS logs after, no prizes for you.
All right, first cross looking
very
disastrous
early.
for RQM again.
They're
Once again, they
him.
lose steal on this cross. 2 kills converted already. Kai is continuously pushing into RQM. RQM is trying to hold ground now, and that's a little bit too little too late. They don't have as much pressure as they want to have. There's another downy. 3 kills already confirmed against RQM. 4 down for RQM. Playing 16 versus 20 right now in this massive Condi comp that Kai is running. And it's GG.
GG. Yeah, RQM's verts need to find a way to survive that first clash. It's a lot of dodges. It's any invulns you have access to. Putting a lot of trust in your healers, a lot of trust in your res game. But if you can outlast that first spike, you're putting yourself in a much better position later on down the road.
This cross at the start, I can't help but feel like RQM needs to change strategy with this cross at the start. It doesn't look like he is really going that hard at the beginning, but they are selecting, they must select this druid before the veil happens. So either RQM should veil earlier so that the Sikkim doesn't reach or something, or there's a different reason why they lose a vert at the start of the round twice in a row. Something is wrong here.
The Sikkim doesn't reach the end of the
No, it doesn't.
board.
It is
So
2000 range.
Yeah,
it's very long, but
it's really long. But if you use Veil right out the gate, they can't land the Sikkim. But at that point, you may have to double Veil, or after the other group veils, you just end up kiting.
Right.
They could double Veil. They could have the Virtuoso, since they're the same party. They could have them run. I guess Mass Invis is illegal, right?
Well, no stealth in first 10 seconds except Veil. So you could run Mass Invis if you wanted to. You just can't use it until 10 seconds have expired.
Okay, well, that is something for them to consider, but yeah. This is match point. KA, super strong so far. Haven't dropped a series to absolutely anyone. Their comp, consistent, slow pressure, paired with Condi, paired with power, paired with poison and weakness spam. They have everything they need to win, and RQM needs to find a way to capitalize on their big spikes.
So I got distracted. Shit
Game
posting in
out
Twitch chat.
calls
Didn't notice
are
that
coming up in the RQM squad chat.
also sitting out. Watch Steel Rage for this one. Which is good, because everything for RQM right now kind of hinges on how long can you keep your verts alive. So seeing this from Steel Rage's POV should be interesting for that.
Timer is 1-0-0 match point. RQM needs to bring it, and they need to bring it big. Let's see if they can do it. Fire blasts. Veil cross for RQM is a little bit late again. They're crossing through.
Calling target
Nothing
on
so far.
Firebrand.
Okay, immediately turning. Pretty good movement from RQM so far.
Moving out of that PLB.
Okay, he's constantly pushing. Okay, this time the zoning from RQM is pretty good. They're finding the target. Maybe they set it up. Spike call is
Damage down.
going through. Self spike coming off from both sides. Really good pull from RQM on this firebrand. Gets stealthed. Can't tell for sure if they got him deleted or not. Really good spike from KA there. Donnie's from RQM. They have to reset now. KA so stacked, so patient. They're waiting very well. And really good target coming off from RQM on this Reaper. But we can't find a good angle. The Reaper's pushing in. Massive push from KA is going to be cleaving up the whole front. Where's the Resi-Tilt? It is there. They do find the Resi-Tilt. Even though the damage were so low. Everyone is low in the front from RQM. They're cleaving up in front of KA. Very good damage right now. Very good pressure from RQM. Down again. Roy's down probably.
Got him again.
They managed to get him up just barely. KA is pushing, but they're looking a little bit more split this time. Trying to find a target every single time that RQM is selecting a target. It is at the very back of KA's stack. Really nice pull from RQM getting that firebrand again, but then the stealth reset comes through.
Good target
RQM
break there
is dealing
too.
damage in the front. Okay, KA is constantly losing people in the front. Will they be able to cleave them?
Oh, RQM getting
Cleaving
really
and
low
cleaving.
here though. Feels like
This
support is starting to
very
run
sketchy.
out.
They're not gonna back. Crossing and swapping places. RQM is really struggling with the target pickup. Who are they going to spike next? Where is that squad marker? They're cleaving. They're following that Tempest target. They keep on pushing. 2 downies from RQM. Good Resi-Tilt. They have the pressure that they need. KA doesn't have all the players that they want. They don't have the perfect comp. This is where RQM can bring it back. But there's 2 kills confirmed against RQM. 3 kills confirmed against RQM. They lost 3 people at the back on this push. This is terrible. This is the absolute opposite of everything that they want in here. And even though they spike this Tempest, the Tempest missed away and also has Fire Glyph, which means that they wouldn't have died anyway.
That's a crazy fire glyph, Rez.
Resing yourself with Fire Glyph is a power move for sure. RQM doesn't have a lot of pressure. They lost one of the verts as well. They're 16 versus 19 effectively. And right now, all that K needs to do is stay together and press their damage skills. Realistically, there's not a lot RQM can do right now with 2 of their DPS dead. They
They're
don't
getting
have
some
that
res
much
utilities
damage in this
off,
comp.
but
They do have it off, but it's a matter of time. They lost yet another person. Confirmed kill. I'm lying, not yet. They're still 16. Okay, target gets knocked away. It's a Holosmith this time. We're going for a squishy target, but there's a downing from RQM. It's really far off. They won't be able to reach it. That's another kill confirmed against RQM. But this is their last round, potentially. This is their match point. They cannot give up here. They have to fight till the end. They might as well fight till the very last person wins, just in case these EU players get a little bit tired and decide to snooze on the keyboards.
Falling asleep as we speak.
With how long this round is going, they might as well. They're trying to counterbomb here. They're waiting. They need to bank on KA making a mistake here, making a drastic and big mistake that they can capitalize on. KA is actually looking a little bit low.
Okay,
right
needs
now.
to close the door here.
RQM is fighting their space. Target on the Scourge, but it's a death magic Scourge. This boy has so much toughness. There's very
Shows the
little that they
tankiest
can do
person on
about
the
it.
field.
Mm-hmm.
It is, but it is their target. They did commit to it, so they must go. There's 2 downies for
Oh,
RQM.
it's a lot of damage
might be
coming
off
out.
cooldown round.
This is
indeed.
Druid
They
Spirit's off
reset.
cooldown now, though.
Yeah, it is off cooldown already. But they're not managing to get the damage on the target. They are forced to constantly walk back against KA, and the target is all the way at the back of KA, fully protected, fully defended, stacked up on the death magic stacks. They're pushing in. They're fully committing. They're getting a little bit tired. Is their patience being tested? They're down to 15 people against 19. It is not entirely impossible, but they lost both their holes and a virtuoso, so they basically have no damage.
Was a good target
Leaders
break
down
on
in
that
the front.
stealth, too.
Backing off here, the res utility is working. KA is not really finding the damage. But will RQM be able to find any kills here? Keep in mind that KA also has have the res utility of CD. Reaper is pushing in now from KA. 2 downies, 4 downies for RQM.
That's got to be
res
the end of
utility
that.
might just come in class. No, the skill confirmed. That's all the verts gone. That's another kill gone.
Almost
That's
no
GG.
damage coming
That's
out of this
GG.
RQM now. Yeah, that is GG. That is KA
RQM.
over RQM.
They
5-0.
fought till the end, but they didn't make it. Unfortunately, they didn't make it. They were starting to get their ground in that second round, but that last round, sorry, but unfortunately, KA, they stuck to their game plan. They kept it slow, and they just allowed it to happen. It felt like KA were in no rush to finish that round. GG's to the teams.
All right, let's pull ourselves up to
Very
EotM wide
tough.
angle here. We are going to be bringing KA and RQM over into Discord for a bit, but they need to get themselves sorted out into comms so that we can come and talk to them, and we'll ask them what their thoughts were. Yeah, we'll be doing second place interview with RQM first, and then we'll be doing winner interview with KA. Let's do some final admin coordination. Take a look down here at Zyshin. Do we have people coming in yet? Not yet, but we'll give them a sec to get coordinated here. And then I will double check prize support for this tournament so that we can find out what they've won.
Clay, are you disappointed with the results of today's tournament?
I don't know if disappointed is the word. I do think the better players won. I think that's unmistakable. I do think that KA had maybe a better comp, maybe better players, but the better group did win today. It was most of us expected this outcome. We expected the finals to be against RQM against KA, maybe with Dead possibly as a runaround pick. But this is kind of what was expected. I guess I'm most disappointed because I always have my heart out for the underdog, and I was hoping Bags could pull it in.
I think we had some really entertaining matches, for sure, that Bags was involved in. Definitely, like I'm trying to not take too much of a perspective on it because I'm also sponsoring the prize support. I don't think I want to look biased or anything, but I had the most fun watching Bags' rounds. I think they have a comp that lends itself naturally to being interesting to watch with the way that their Caddis Bike works. But yeah, the match quality overall was really good. I think everybody competed very well. First place for this tournament, which is each player on the KA roster, will be getting 1,200 gems, a community chest, and a community tournament box. including the Community Warlord title and a scroll to Champion's Rest. Second place will be getting 800 gems per player for each person on their team. And everybody else will be getting a mini llama. Waiting for Roy and Mies to hop in comms. Mies interview mandatory. We're working on getting him in. I will tell you, not to dox his whispers, but I did whisper him before those rounds started. Win or lose, be prepared to hop in Zyshan comms for interview after smiley face. And he said, "Uarg, okay," with about 15 A's. I think he is very tired, but we're gonna get him in to yap anyway.
I think indeed it was the most interesting to watch Bags fight because it was so different and it was so volatile.
Mhm.
No other comp was this volatile. And it was volatile against everyone. Not equally, clearly. The more competent, the more aware a team was, the less volatile it was. But it was still something that every team had to respect. It felt like KA, RQM, Dead, no matter who it was, had to respect Bags' spike. If they didn't respect it, they just died. So they had to adapt, and seeing those strong teams forced to adapt to this strategy that they probably didn't have to face before was quite refreshing to see. It was quite nice. They did adapt well. They did manage to get the win, regardless. But it did not come to them for free.
Yeah, I was really impressed by the overall strategy that Bags was employing. I definitely think they were thinking about doing this from a different perspective than everybody else, and it succeeded really well. It takes a lot of work to do theory crafting that's against the meta and actually have it succeed. And I think they definitely showed up today with a non-meta comp, and they played it really well, and they executed against a lot of different players. The res utility out of RQM, I think, was really impressive. Their ability to get people up the second that they went down. And I think the discipline and the consistency that KA was able to play with, where they're able to hang on really deep into a lot of these rounds, just with the amount of sustain that they have, was probably, what ended up carrying them to their overall victory here. Because no matter how long those rounds went, no matter how many downstates they had, they were always able to apply pressure. They never got too stuck on the back foot. They were always able to find ways to turn it around and make that into advantages. It sounds like
Yeah.
Roy is currently talking to the rest of his team, and then he'll be back with us later.
Roy's busy with speech. I think the entirety of RQM should go and understand that they play well today, right? They really, really did well today. I do think that they had all the potential to do better, but it seems like either fatigue, frustration, or just lack of preparation kind of made it so that lack of preparation against Ka specifically made it a little bit harder. It kind of felt like Ka knew exactly what to do. In Arceus, not so much, but there's probably a lot of factors that I'm not aware of that are going on here as well. I don't know. I don't remember. Did Ka and RQM they already had around this tournament, right? Before the finals.
Ka and RQM, yes. Let me go check when they played. They played in the semis. That was Ka 4-1 over RQM.
Okay, I see.
Go see if I can bug Mies to get into comms.
Maybe next tournament we'll see support necros with staff, DPS catalysts. Once again, coming in with an extra spike.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Dagger.
So that tournament, we don't have an exact date for it yet. I've been talking to the EU GvG leaders who are interested in hosting it. It sounds like they wanted to look at the balance patch preview first to figure out whether they wanted to hold it pre-balance patch or post-balance patch. So later on this weekend, I'm going to be talking to some of them to figure out what their plan is. It sounds like Mies is ready, so let's all jump down from broadcast room into lobby, and I'll see you guys down there.
All right.
Well played, man.
Mies,
really
Roy,
great.
I've got both of you here.
Hello. Who starts first then? Or-
You guys can pick. You both came in
you
at the
guys
same
got
time,
first, so you should probably start.
Oh yeah, you're okay.
Yeah, go for it. Congratulations, Mies. Congratulations, KA. You guys running a bit of a hybrid roster with like 11 EU players, 13 NA players, I think, something like that. How did you kind of put together the coordination for planning for this tournament when you were running a bit of an NA majority but just barely team?
I just try to do something simple, like simple game plan, play around the most easy timings like Necro Worlds, Nightfall, Breaches, something easy to follow, like, and just tell people just follow my tag, and we practice that for 3 weeks. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would say I just didn't do anything complicated. I tried to not do something complicated. Then we can learn to play together kind of quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. And
Hey, is it just me or is this American guy sound like he's French?
He does. He has a bit of a French accent.
no, I'm from Texas. What do you mean?
Oh my.
What's
Couldn't
your
say
what's
it's
your
not like
favorite
you're
what's your favorite
Canadian.
Texan restaurant?
I don't have the accent, to be honest.
You can't, Miles. You can't.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm from France.
Were there any particular standouts for you in terms of matches that you had today? Teams that really kind of challenged you, pushed you, put you on the back foot.
What do you mean by standout? Sorry.
Any teams that kind of pressured you to have to play a little harder and really kind of focus your squad up a bit.
I mean, RQM like was insane tonight. Like that was really great. We have been screening for 3 weeks, and we, to be honest, we absolutely didn't expect that tonight. So that was really great to see like them popping off. So and I was really happy to fight them on the finals. But like I was also like very impressed by the Bax comp. Like I have to say that, by the way. I think no one expected it. They performed very well, like found a very good comp. They were like, yeah, that was really impressive for them. So I'd like to
The Bags comp has definitely been a chat
shout out
favorite throughout the
Bags.
tournament.
Hmm?
Bags comp has definitely been the chat favorite throughout the tournament. I think they've had the most community support.
Yeah, like they completely deserve to win rounds tonight. Like that was the surprise of the night, and that was actually really nice to see. Like who would have expected this result, to be honest? Like think Bags getting the 3rd place and RQM popping off tonight. Like that was really great.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that was really enjoyable. And it reminded me the draft tourney we had 1 year ago when like 3 teams were really competitive to each other. Like it was Paper or Caesar teams. Like so yeah.
Yeah, nothing explicit
you don't-
planned yet, but I would love to have another draft tourney closer to the end of the year.
Yeah, like it's just really nice to see competitive fights and that we don't expect the result. Like we don't expect who's gonna win.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah, appreciate it. Congratulations again. I'll be in touch later with you and the rest of your roster about prizes. Roy, RQM runner up. How are you feeling about the tournament today?
I'm sorry, I literally just drank water and it went down the wrong way.
Noted,
No, it's a terrible
noted
timing as
Roy
always.
activity worth noting.
Huh? Drinking
You
water.
drink a
Yeah.
lot of water.
Hydration is very
Um,
important, Roy.
Hydration is super important. Yo, wow, hey, how's it going, brother?
How's it going, dude?
Glad you came and casted this, dude. Yeah, no, I'm chill, man. Obviously, would have liked to win, but all things considered, I think we're pretty happy with how we played. Like Mias kind of alluded to, we have not been playing very well. I think I certainly was expecting coming into this, like, so I haven't really played 20s very much. But like coming into this, I was like pretty confident that we would be one of the top teams. And obviously, I think that was a little bit of a overestimation. Because interestingly enough, we have not beaten Dead a single time in scrims. The only time we've beaten them was today, in the tournament. And so I'm just like really proud of my guild for showing up on the final day, like during tournament day, and just absolutely performing. Yeah, I mean, it was a pleasure. Obviously, KA is just cracked. Mias is the GOAT. Shout out to him. They 100% deserve the win. I think a couple of the rounds that we played against them were pretty close, especially the last round. But all in all, they are just a really, really strong roster. Mias is a really good leader, and yeah, they deserve to win. But then I also want to, of course, shout out Bags, like we've been saying. I think it's super cool to see something like really different than what a lot of the other teams are running. And not to mention the fact that they're just all really nice people. The couple of times that we scrimmed them was a real pleasure. Casadia and Link are great people. And I gotta say, I think they're probably the most stressful guild to fight, because like you'll be up and then 6 of your players will be in downstate out of nowhere, and it really is it's rough. So shout out to them. I really appreciate them showing up and playing, and I also want to shout out DC too, because the first time we fight them, we got rolled by them, and they kind of, I think, were a really big trendsetter for a lot of the teams in the tournament. So shout out to DC, also another really lovely group of people. Really enjoyed scrimming them. Really enjoyed playing with them. So that was a lot of fun. But yeah, really good job. Really overall great experience. Enjoyable scrims leading up to it. Even though my guild had to put up with me being terrible at the game, and I appreciate them putting up with me. But tournament itself was a lot of fun. A lot of great teams, and yeah.
All the usual caveats. If I can ask you one question, because we kind of talk about, in the casting booth, you're talking about mentality and momentum and all this kind of stuff. And your rounds with Bags were some of the closest rounds that we had in the whole tournament. When you're up 3-0 and then you see Bags win 1 and then you see Bags win 2, as a commander of the squad, what's your mentality like for, how do you get people to just lock in? We saw Steel Rage's POV where you guys are typing lock in squad chat. How do you get people just kind of focus up and do that last push and not get super sloppy to kind of close something out?
I mean, that's like something that I think is, you have to be able to do it, I think, over the course of a long period of time. Like, I don't think that's something that like gets trained in like an instant. Like, you can't just say lock in and people do it. People have to be able to do it. They have to like understand that you're going to be down rounds. I mean, to be fair, we're used to being down after our scrim performances, so we're not too unused to that. But I also think the biggest thing is just like, if you lose a round, trying to understand why you lose a round and just talking about how to fix that for the next round is super important. And I think Bags is it's the comp that they run is relatively simple to understand, even if it's hard to play against, because it's just they one shot you and there's really not much you can do about that, but it's simple enough to understand. And so I think we were just making some simple mistakes that we were able to fix, and keep going. But overall, just trying to stay confident, not trying to flame people, not trying to sound down or like disappointed or anything when you lose a round is really important, as always. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I think that's mostly it.
Yeah, just keep mental up. And then by popular demand, interview with third place runner-up, Quesadilla Bags Commander. How are you feeling about the tournament, Kay?
Hey.
I mean, like, it's always like you don't want to lose, right? You want to win the whole thing. And like I try to the entire time to my guild, hey, don't discount yourselves. Don't think we can't go far. And I think that really helped. but it's just some of these teams are really hard to fight against. Really, really hard. Especially the top two. It's the spacing of Ka is really hard to deal with, and then the individual play from RQM was really hard to deal with. And we just we couldn't really adapt fast enough to coming out. But even then, I still felt like I'm proud of my friends and I'm proud of my team for doing as well as we did. I don't think we expected to make it this far, especially when 2 weeks ago we were getting like 0-20 forward. We were losing to Dev, we were losing to DC, losing to Evo, losing to RQM after we ever scrimmed Ka. But on tourney day, I think we did a pretty good job, especially the last week, and I'm proud of my players.
How did you come up with the idea to run triple kata? I think that's, fairly far outside the meta. So how did you figure out, hey, let's show up with this? And then was there a point during your scrims where you ever realized, like, hey, this might actually be good enough to carry us? Or did you have relatively low expectations coming in still?
It's like midway through last year, we had a couple people who were just messing around with damage modifiers and kata. And slowly, they made the class get a little bit better and better. And then shout out to Siggy Wiggy from I think he's in BTT right now. He started playing in open field, just like one-shot lady flashing people, which we did, I guess, dead on the final round. And then we realized, hey, this is pretty good. We should try it to put it in the comp. And I guess it was like the thing about the build and the thing about the class is it just gets stronger and stronger the more and more you play around it, kind of like old Zerk. And Zerk has always been like our best playstyle, but like Zerk kind of sucks now. So like, hey, what if we just play 4 cat instead? Like, forget playing Condi, forget playing like hybrid DPS, forget like a weird damage profile. Let's just send 4 catas and see how it goes. And I think it was like RQM were like the first team we fought against, and it was like, wow, this is actually kind of good. What the hell? And then it just kind of fell from there.
Almost a year of experience playing the kata comp. If you found it like mid last year.
Well, yeah, we were. I forget who it was. It was someone from our old alliance where he would like just stack every single damage modifier on Spear Kata and one-shot people, and then we're like, hey, let's try and tempo that into Dagger, and then just kind of flew from there. But I always wanted to play it in a more official setting, and I'm happy that it did as well as it did today. I guess these really good teams.
Yeah, congratulations. We're limited in how much prize support we can give out when there's only 6 teams. You have prize support for 3rd and 4th when you get to 8 and above. But Bag's definitely the consensus chat favorite, at least as far as Twitch was concerned. And, Mies and Roy also gave you some pretty hefty shout-outs in their winners interviews. So any other thoughts for the rest of you guys before we go ahead and wrap up here? Also, yeah, sub to Quesadilla. Let me shout you out quick. You're gonna have to start streaming more often.
Yeah, I want to just quickly say, like, I mean, you kind of just mentioned this, like, it was really cool getting to see so many different people streaming. I think we've had this a lot in the last few tournaments over the couple of years. Like, it seems like there's a lot of streamers in the community, and that's really cool to see. It's really nice getting to see POVs from like every team. So just make sure if you like GvG and you were watching streams today, because a lot of these people stream regularly too, go and support them. And also I wanna shout out Sheff. Like, I'm sure you probably have a lot to unpack from this tournament, from this experience, but this was like your first time running a tournament, and there have been a lot of problems in tournaments in the past, and I think like things went really clean today. Like, we didn't really have any major delays. Everything was pretty straightforward. All the admins were like very communicative, and it was really easy to understand everything, and they did a good job just like making sure everyone's ready. But thank you for also like taking over running this tournament kind of last minute, so appreciate you.
Completely unnecessary, but appreciated.
A good experience. It's not necessary at all.
Glad
we have someone running things, and I hope to get to see you do some more in the future, and I'm happy to lend a hand in the future as well. But yeah,
my laundry list of stuff that I want to improve is always longer than my laundry list of stuff that I think went well, but I'm looking forward to the next couple. I think that community interest in tournaments right now is really high. People are, really gung-ho about playing. We've got Leon running his 5v5s, 10v10s. We've got 15s and 20s through Zaishans. People feel really competitive right now. So, I think from the tournament coordination side, because, I had help running this as well. Shout-outs to Clay and Wowe for co-casting. Shout-outs to Demethos and Aloon and Bati and Atros as match admins. We really just want to try and channel the community interest that exists in playing at a competitive level. So, if you want to get a tournament scheduled, you're wondering when the next one's going to come up, get in touch with one of us. We'd love to help you organize something like that, because this is the kind of thing that keeps the community moving forward, and it keeps World versus World this, vibrant game mode that we all enjoy. So big shout outs to all of you guys as well for, showing up, hanging out in the stands, playing, watching on Twitch, all that kind of stuff. It all helps the community grow and develop.
Yeah, just like to add that I completely share what Roy said. Like, thank you guys for organizing the tourney. It was really great. And I'd like to do a last shout out to my players, actually. Like, all of you all, thank you very much for showing up, and like your commitment was really good. Thank you very much, and your good mood. So yeah, just wanted to thank my players as well because I forgot to do it.
Always important to thank your players.
Yeah.
Hard to win a 1v20 if the other 19 people don't show up to follow you.
I could do it.
All right, well, I think that's where we're going to wrap things up then. Thanks so much. I know that some of the EU players probably have to go to bed here relatively soon. Next tournament is going to be sometime late June. We're going to work on coordinating that with the EU guild leads. That's going to be a 15v15. We're going to be putting that on sometime later next month, so keep an eye out for that. And then we'll be working on a fall tournament schedule probably over the summer. So stay tuned to this channel, twitch.tv SheffPlaysGames, or the Zaishen Order Discord if you want to get a heads up for when those tournaments are going to be going out. And we'll see you in the mists. Thanks so much, you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. GG's.
Have a good night.
GG's to the teams.